Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は71日目です。It's day 71, and today is a bit of a fun day. We have our first 0 day since the start of Bunpro, and usually on Wanikani's 0 day, I try to avoid them by extending the schedule and whatnot, but this time, not gonna happen. It's gonna take not until tomorrow. So instead of doing our burnout thing, which I originally started a couple times, but it occurs very rarely, we're just gonna integrate it into Bunpro. So these are our moments that we can vibe a little. So today, well, let's start with the one character from yesterday. The one character was Skeru. Or word anyways. Skeru, ooh, wobbly hands. Or it turned on. That was yesterday's thing. Not too bad, right? One thing to remember. Outside of that, it looks like we do have a daily bump here that is going to happen at 3. So instead of going right into our review, we're gonna see what this is about. The conjugation, right? Or kaijugation, which I've been staring at this for a while, and then maybe we'll look at these other things, seeing how we might be able to implement low review day. So probably sometime after the halfway point of 2026, Wanikani is gonna maturate, right? It's gonna roll over in terms of lessons, so we can then start to transition into whenever we have low volume days during our practice months for Bunpro. We're just checking it out. Previously, I tried out the reading cram type, and it was fairly interesting. I don't necessarily think reading is a thing. So reading and flashcards are probably the two most substantial. Listening is not recorded. Usually I do listening on my free time. So these things compared to like inputs, like the default input is definitely, this is the lowest practiced. Flashcards is obviously most practiced. Reading comes next, then listening. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, right? We'll see if we can try out however listening is like once we go here. Let's see what this is about. All right, so it takes us to a different spot. Start your gram page. And then there's a grammar index. So it doesn't, I was expecting it to, there's audio. Okay, I see the bottom has some language displays. Grammar index. Is this where we can select what's included? Oh, okay, here we go. Oh no, this is the grammar things that it covers. So you can't select them. Interesting. There is level select, so we're still gonna look at level select. Interesting. All right, now the background is just gone. This, okay. Do I know these? Hold up. Do I know these? Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Right. Does this take us straight to... Okay. No. But I can quickly... Okay, I can quickly do that. So that's an N4. Okay. Potential. I can quickly look at this too. Right. Oh, these two are gonna be a bit rough. Okay. Right. Do remember potential, which is N4. All right. Imperative. Right. No imperative. There's a relationship that I use between not imperative and volition, but between potential and imperative. Conditional? I'm not too sure. Oh no. Oh no. No, I don't remember this. Okay, yikes. Okay. There are 2 conditional entries. I don't know what's referred to as causative. Oh. I don't know what's considered passive. Oh. Oh, okay. This is considered passive. I don't know the terminologies either. Like the terminology for... Oh, all right. You know what? Let's go back. And what does level select do? Oh, okay. So we do have... Okay. That's fair. I'm okay with this. And then I'm guessing free play is you... Oh, that's interesting. Wait. Oh, do you go up in stages as you go? Alright, well, what is this? Conjugate the word based on the building clues. Interesting. Take a conjugated word and transform it based on the building clues. Take a conjugated word and transform... Alright, so let's start here. Let's just see what happens. Oh, there is a selection. Okay. Alright. So, N5, right? Select your target. Oh, that's interesting. Wait. Select your target grammar. Word type. Can you... Oh, you can probably select all. Okay, I see. Interesting. And then all of these are still... Huh. Stem. Oh, that's interesting. I guess we can treat this as a mechanical thing, right? So let's just brush up and see what... The adjectives and... Oh, okay. So let's move up from dictionary, right? So that's probably what we're gonna do. We're just gonna build stacks, right? We're gonna stack up. Right now, wait, how does this even apply to dictionary? I'm genuinely curious how this applies to dictionary. Yeah, like if I... Oh, please select one in each category. Okay, so let's say this, right? So how does that apply? This would be your standard dictionary. But what happens? I don't understand how this works. So let's, because if the target grammar is dictionary, how can you? All right, so I gotta see what this, and then 10 questions. All right. Bunpro user setting. Bunpro user setting. Only show previously studied vocab words. That's useful. Time session? Nah, we're not about time session here. Not until much later. Let's look. Okay. Sure. That's cute. Okay, so you're given the furigana and the kanji, and then the translation. Or actually, no, the target, like, answer. Okay, so the target grammar, it's displaying. Okay, so the top part is displaying the dictionary form. I see. Wait, why are these down here? Oh, these are the keywords. Dictionary, negative, past, casual. So those are the building blocks. I see. Okay. Ah! Aw. Okay. Oh, whoops, I forgot pass. Oh, that's neat. So it tells you... It tells you, I see. It tells you the parts that are missing. Right. And it even deciphers the different parts. Okay. And then you can undo. Okay. All right. I see. And then you destroy this thing, and then there's an easy... That's kind of cute. This is kind of basic. All right. Okay. Interesting. I like this part. I like these keywords. I'm curious if these keywords line up. They probably line up with Bunpro. Man, that's gonna take a while to read though. There's so many parts to it. But that is what's going on in my head a lot of times. Wait. Oh, polite. I missed the polite. Okay, all right. I'm getting this. I'm getting this. I'm getting the order. I'm just like hyper focused on specific components here. Okay. Right. Oh, this is one of my problematic vocabulary words actually. Affirmative, pass. So wait, did it limit Right. The second part was the slide selector for that. Oh, whoops. I added oh gee. Go down. Okay. So go down. Wait. Go down Hoover? Oh, because of right. Okay. It's so basic, but it's fairly effective to break the parts down. Interesting. The question is, how selective is my vision to look at the kanji? We're just gonna finish these sets and then oh, it's just negative. I don't actually know. Okay, it's yep. It was a 50-50 because I wasn't sure, so what was it? Like 50-50 for me on that. That's a 52. Oh, wait. Oh, because of negative. Wait, I actually typed the wrong thing anyways. Where did I go wrong here? Abi nakatta. Oh. Okay, hold up. Negative pass. But this is this is easy done. I see. Then you go this and this. I see. Okay. So and then this tells you the breaking. Okay. Right. That display is fine. And then honestly, I kind of want to just limit it to verbs. Right. This makes it okay, let's go back. We'll display the dictionary form. Right. And then yeah. Oh, so that's the vocab level, not the... I see. And then when you do this, does it... No? Interesting. Oh, right. Okay, so... doesn't ask you for... So my thought was that the target grammar would ask you for these things. So now let's see what happens if I place stem in there. We're gonna do verbs. Okay. 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 The stem. All right. So they're just okay. So this helps with defining if they're. This would help defining if they're Godan or Ichidan words. I'm guessing you type. Oh. You're talking about, oh, the stem is considered the, okay, the E column. Okay. I see. So like, okay. What does that help me with? So I'm trying to find a way that will help me with covering up the gaps in my ru verbs. My ru verbs are whack. Like, I'm very spotty on new verbs. And new verbs, that sounds like a redundancy because it is. Like a Ichidan ending is a ru, but then we're talking about Godan new verbs. So it's kind of curious. Interesting. I'm going over these components because I want to make sure that I can recall how I'm recognizing these characters along with the furigana on top. Oh, I forgot polite. Dang, I need to read the rest. Did I type something wrong? Oh, I forgot the negative. Okay, so that's no, I don't have, Yeah, and it's just these are probably one of those things with STEM that would be thing. I mean, I can limit it to. No, you can't. It can kind of narrow it down though. Hmm. Oh, I can already see a drawback to breaking these down in this, but that's fine. I can do an output that can normalize some of. Oh, this is Ichido. All right, so that means, okay, I kind of want to partition them, right? In the future, I kind of want to partition them between verbs and adjectives. It's kind of interesting. Like a really quick thing. Oh wait, can I write on this? Hold. Do they save my? Oh, they do. Oh yes, that's nice. I can write on this too. So, long story short, there was another person about, I forgot, about 6 months ago, or more than 6 months ago. They were trying to make like an aid, and they took a more or less a very similar approach where they try to create a more interactive game. And it was called Kotoba Dash, and I haven't gone back to reviewing his launch, like his 1.0 launch. He ended up launching the game in February, right, last month, and I haven't gone back to looking at what the functionalities that he added, but during the time I like kind of demoed the game, and this is the type of thing that was integrated into the game, and that's kind of what I mean by when it comes to study material. And I'm curious how they organized it, but these are the stuff that I was talking about. After playing the game for like looking at the game for a day, I know it's a day because it was very short. It was like bare bones when it fast forward 6 months to February, a lot of this stuff was added. This is particularly what I mean when it comes to study habits and study things. Functionalities, lists, filters. I understand that the whole interactivity, like looking at a visual thing, is great, and then you move around, you know, there's some sort of interactivity. But in general, when it comes to study materials, it's often dealing with the flexibility of how you can organize your information, right? If you're practicing things, I understand that when it comes to video games, one of the common things that people want in video games is that the challenge be provided for them, right? I'm not saying all gamers. The vast minority of gamers produce challenges themselves over time on top of a system that's presented. But I think when it comes to pleasure and entertainment, the challenge and balance of like achievable tasks and whatnot is presented to them. Now, this can produce a lot of unexpected experiences, and experiences that can work really well to inspire people. However, the the highest, like a higher level, right? When we're talking about, so I mean, I guess I might as well write something about this right now. I'll probably prep something at the beginning of April to cover this kind of thing. So oftentimes I tend to view things as a stack process. So here, this is where you're down here is often you're responding, right? You're responding, then you're correcting, right? Then you have analytical work, analytics, then you have curation, and then at the very top you have creation. And oftentimes I think of it in this way. So when it comes to games, when we think about gamification, this would be considered a gamification, right? Oftentimes the level is here at the bottom. So this is where I would say it's the entertainment. And when it comes to like analytical work and including curation, then you enter the area of quote unquote what people call as learning. So like whenever we think about gamification, or when I have a conversation with someone who talks about gamification, the stuff that they highlight that makes it a game is the stuff you're responding to and the stuff you're correcting. So in no ways are you making any analytical or curative or even creative, right? At the very top, creative iteration. When you play a video game, you are presented with a challenge, and that challenge requires that you respond to it. So if something is wrong, like when you fail, you correct it. So you enter a higher state. You're not simply responding to your, like just accepting and responding your failure. You're correcting your failure and overcoming that failure. So that is the entertainment part of gamification. That is the baseline. If a game does not allow you to, like, if the game does not give you the opportunity to respond, like react, elicit an emotion, etc., that would be the bare minimum. And then the interactivity comes from the ability to correct from the responses. So then your responses would change with the correction, right? And that's like bare minimum. And when it starts entering the analytical stage deals with things like, so oftentimes when you get to analytical, this is where you start entering, like, for the vast majority, you enter PvP and meta. So meta is often PvP, it can be involved in PvP a lot of times, but meta is a very PvE centric thing for entertainment. So when you're thinking about video games, often analytics then start coming in when you start engaging with other players or indirectly with other players using meta, like PvE, VP, etc. Right? When it comes to meta, I understand that a lot of people play PvP games and they're like, well, that's in the meta. Like, this season 1, this is the meta. It's the most powerful thing, right? That's fair. However, it is not core to the success of PvP. When you think of PvE games, like what's the fastest route to get to beating this boss? How do I increase my success? That is determined. Meta is often, in my opinion, when looked at, the gauge of success for meta often comes from the static components of PvP and PvE, but PvE has more static components. Like, how do you beat a boss as a predetermined, either predetermined or a like generated number of limited things you can study in order to increase your success, right? So that's when you enter the analytical stage. When you're responding and correcting to other players' player style, that's PvP at the lowest response. Then you start analyzing player patterns, player pickups, like the frequency, and then now you're doing analytics, you're profiling, right? So meta is where profiling comes in. Then you get to curation, and curation is when you start doing your thing. So you start curating. This is when you start creating builds and organization. That's when you get to how some people would say the competitive stage, when it comes to both PvE and PvP, right? How are you competitive in a PvE environment? Your performance. So PvE is performance, and it's not the same as what is this? PvP is more like comparative. So performance, comparative is a poor word, but performance applies to both. But most of the time, PvE is more like results, as opposed to like relative competition. Kind of hard to. I haven't really thought this far into this delineation, but usually like a leaderboard, for example, PvE, and then PvP would be, did you win, right, when you're playing against a team or something. So relative competition versus results, right, performance results. That's when you start doing builds, organization. And when I was talking about Kotoba Dash, when someone was trying to, this person is a first time game maker, and they wanted it to be a learning thing that is interactive, right? Interactive, or it was for Japanese language learning. It lacked this. So this was missing. And to me, when I try to get into the mind of someone, like, what's your target audience? Your target audience is probably Gen Z. If you're lucky, you might pick up some millennials, right? Yesterday, I had the privilege of meeting another millennial who's also American. But generally, your target audience is Gen Z at this point, because they're like mid-20s, like at the higher end, they're mid-20s. Millennials, you're gonna have a large tank because they're on average 30 to, like higher 30s to almost 40 years of age. And then it tanks even further when you get into like Gen X. However, when it comes to terminology, right, I'm not using the terminology that I would use for millennials. I would use the terminology for Gen Z. So Gen Z, whenever it requires any form of analytical tools or curation, that's when you start getting to what is considered learning. So whenever a Gen Z, and obviously I'm using generalities, if it doesn't apply to you, that's perfectly fine. This is archetyping, so we're talking about correlations, correlation behavior, a corollary behavior. So it's not causation, right? So take it with a grain of salt. What correlates with this a lot of time is the moment you have to analyze and curate. Like if a game suddenly demands that the only way you can be successful and consistently successful, the environment, whatever it is, if it's a PvP game, PvE game, etc., if it demands that you do extra analyses and curation in order to be consistent, like say a roguelike game that requires you to understand the builds and probabilistic nature of the occurrence of power-ups and whatnot, right? Roguelikes can inherently require, there are certain games that can inherently require that you need analytical skills. And those skills, when you reach this point of analytics, this is when you start hitting niche games. So oftentimes niche games try to require some sort of analytical skills. That's usually inherent in builds like deck building, for example. A Metrovania, like hybrid, right? We'll just do a shout out to Dead Cells or something, right? There's also FromSoft games, which aren't, you might be thinking, well, FromSoft games aren't niche. Like, yes, they are. I mean, niche games demand that if you want to know, in my opinion, what is like common flags of a niche game is that you recognize the community, how selective the community is what I mean by niche. We're not talking about popularity. Like, niche is not popularity. So what I mean by that is the common use of the word popularity is based on magnitude. So magnitude meaning that how many people, the number of people who play, it is one of the components, certainly. Like, more, if it's more popular, it's less niche. I get that. The way I'm using niche is from the perspective of learning. So when you're playing a FromSoft game, when they say the FromSoft game is challenging, right? Challenging requires most of these things. And challenging is often synonymous with the aspects of learning that is not in, down here would be considered casual. So casual is the word I use for something that is both popular and accessible. As in, it doesn't require the upper learning capacities. It does not require analytics or curation to be successful. When you include these, then you enter the field of niche because the selection factor is higher. So FromSoft games is niche because of that. Shout out to like Slay the Spire, for example. Slay the Spire 2 just recently entered early access, right? Despite having a really high player count. So it is popular. It has one of the highest right now, the highest player count for a week straight in the top 3, competing with other live service games. That doesn't make it, that's not what qualifies it as against it being niche. It is niche because it requires these things. That's kind of, I'm kind of changing the definition or qualification of these words, so I want to be clear. So what I'm doing here is, how is this digression all related to this? The way I'm testing this, right? The way I'm looking at this and how this is functional for me is that I typically look at it at the highest level, and it's not highest is better. It's more, this is the, I have to do these steps in order to reach creation. So like, you don't need to do all these things. You can play video games by responding and correcting. That's the vast majority of video games. In fact, the video games are not designed for you to have or engage any analytical skills or curation skills. What is creation, for example? Curation, I know like these two words are they sound like each other, but curation, what's beyond? What is creation? Creation is when you take something, so this exists, right? All of these things exist, and now I'm thinking, how does it serve my purpose? And what I'm doing right now, right this moment, is creation. I'm explaining this game, right? This gamification of language learning, right? Of conjugation in Japanese, and I'm making it serve my purpose. So I'm doing a dialogue about how I built or how I understand how to engage people's learning abilities, and how I would, for example, theoretically evaluate products for learning or evaluate products for entertainment, and how I can use this to serve my purpose. So all of this stuff that I'm talking about it's not in the game. Like, it's not literally in the game. I'm taking what's in the game in order to create my understanding of how, like, maybe I understand why they included this, why they included that. That is creation. It's no longer, it goes beyond, you need to be able to respond, correct, analyze, curate, and then you can finally create. So higher level, not necessarily the best or the worst. Because remember that we also have to understand about T, the biggest thing, time, right? If you spend time creating, you're taking time away from responding and correcting. If you spend time analyzing, you're doing less creating, you're doing less correcting and responding. It is, for most people, it is when you finish responding and correcting to something that you start analyzing something. And then when you finish analyzing something, you start using that and actualizing it to curate things. So for example, when you play, we'll throw another shout out to Hades. So Hades 2, right? First, you play the game for the first time. That's when you're responding, right? And correcting. So then you get used to figuring out certain things that work, right? When they work, those certain things that work, you start analyzing them and you're like, okay, I'm going to use this to do this route. That creates curation. So then you understand, like, oh, if I select this, I can build into this. If I select this, I can build into that. And then once you're done with that, usually it stops there for most gamers, because there's plenty of games out there. So you start back from the bottom. However, when you're doing this, it means you're not responding or correcting anymore, because you're not learning anything new, right? When you have a build, you analyze and you have a build, you're ruling out any possible new things. You're not looking at new things, right? You're trying to execute on a build. So the moment you're done with that, you can possibly create. And what is creating? Creating often for these type of games is to create challenges. So that's where this comes in. So why is something like this considered what I would think when someone says, hey, I'm making a game, it's called Kotoba Dash, right? And I want to make it to make learning more interactive. Well, to make learning more interactive, you need the possibility that someone can challenge themselves through creation. If you start at the top, you can work back down. That's perfectly fine. What they did, at least in my opinion, when they were talking about studying or learning, is that they took a game and then they threw on the context at first. Like, they threw it on expecting that because you're interacting with the game, you're responding, right? You're responding and correcting, that you would eventually learn something. You don't. Most of the time, you learn very minimally if your game is designed specifically to respond and correct. You learn how to do what the game dictates you do, but you don't necessarily learn anything. Like, what I mean is, I'm being very strict. You're not encouraging the person to learn something. There's a chance, okay, maybe you learn some things, but there's a chance you'll learn that particular thing that is stuck to, like, there's no development of problem solving, critical thinking skills. You can memorize the whole thing. And that's, to me, that's not necessarily learning. Learning requires that you memorize something and apply it and transform it. So it's a longer process. So whenever someone says, oh, a video game, you don't learn anything from video games, and then suddenly someone else says, well, you definitely learn something from video games. That's what I mean. The inconsistency of someone learning something from a video game versus not learning from a video game deals with upper analytical skills, curation, and creation. If you're constantly just responding and correcting, that kind of ends up being memorization. So the bottom tier deals with memorization and recognition. So whenever you're playing a video game, you're like, oh, I beat this game. And then you go to the next game, it's like, oh, this game is entirely different. I don't like it. Then you didn't learn anything. You, in my opinion, you corrected your responses to the previous game. There wasn't any like learning process involved. You memorized. You recognized and memorized. So when you go into a new game, it doesn't impact your learning abilities. Your learning abilities did not transfer. Learning, in my opinion, is an upper level function that is transferable between games. Yes, you could say like it still takes a long time if you're playing FromSoft games and suddenly you go to a puzzle game, it still takes a very long time to learn that puzzle game. But for a person who learned a game, they are going to likely have a lower learning curve than they would have if they didn't learn anything. So that's kind of what I mean. And here, I really like this. I mean, when I chuckled and said it's bare bones, I meant the game part is bare bones. So like the gamification, like the visuals, or we're talking, we can do a thing for Duolingo, right? Like Duolingo, lots of animations, flashy stuff. When it comes to learning, you don't necessarily need all those things, right? If you're starting at the top, like if you're trying to promote analytics, curation, and creation, typically you start with a infrastructure that allows you to create challenges for yourself, as challenging as they can be or as unchallenging as they can be. And for roguelike games, that's the end game. For roguelike structure, it's the end game. I'm sure Hades 2 at the end has one of these, but at the end of Hades 1, there's the skull trials. What they do is they basically do all this. They give you all the modifiers, right? And set up your modifiers. Deck builders do very similar things. Most actually niche games have modular modifiers, and that allows the person to create their own challenges. And if it doesn't, like Elden Ring, for example, if it doesn't, a person who has a higher learning capacity, like they are actually really interested in the analytics and the curation, they create their own challenges. You know, that's the dawn of the level 1 run or the no-hit run. How do you understand, like, for example, how does an entire community understand that there's a no-hit run? It's the idea that you analyzed and curated that you can, it's accomplishable, it's achievable to not have a no-hit through the understanding of the game, right? But that no-hit run was not a design by responding in correction. It was designed by looking at what is possible through analytics and then curating it based on your style or whatever you decide to do that's efficacious, and then that efficacy allowed you to create your own personal challenge. So no hit runs or level 1 runs, no magic, etc. Right? That's kind of what makes like the FromSoft community selective. They're niche, and this is very selective. So like if you're looking at this and like, oh, this isn't interesting, it's bare bones, like you're just basically reorganizing the data to suit your purpose. It's like, yes, that's why when you spend a lot of time, if you spend a lot of time learning, oftentimes I'm gonna say for Gen Z, it feels like you're not gaming. It's largely because, in my opinion, gaming deals with largely responding and correcting. And when you look at learning requires that you start doing analytics and curation at the minimum. So if you're responding and learning at first, like for example, that's what I did for Bunpro, right? Right now, Bunpro, usually the first month, I'm responding and correcting. And then immediately into the second month, I'm already contemplating about how I can analyze this and curate all the problems and gaps that I have. And then here we are in the 3rd month, where the vast majority of the time when I'm studying and repeating things, right, this does take up a lot of time. This takes up, like, when I'm literally doing things, it still takes up more than 50% of the time. Like, I'm doing my reviews, right? I'm doing my reviews. However, when it comes to analytics and curation, despite having less than 50% of the time, this is where, in my opinion, learning happens. Like, the vast majority of learning happens when you start organizing your information. And the idea is, these Bunpro does a wonderful job at organizing as a starting point. And what I mean by as a starting point is that it's always going to be a starting point when you think of learning as a journey, because there's no possible way that the people who make Bunpro will be able to accommodate every permutation of a person's experience with their product. It's how you use their product that will eventually lead you to the learning capacity. Like, they can't make you successful. They can't make you successful if you don't show up, for example. They can't make you successful if you don't connect the information they provide, right? You can have all these things and it will still fail to help you retain or learn any of the things, right? Someone can literally sit next to you and demonstrate something and you would not be able to replicate it, right? So that's responding and correcting. When you respond and correcting, that is input. It's input dominant. It's like input with some slight output, right? And when you analyze and curate, it's still input, but now it's becoming strongly output. Like, there's an increase in output. And then creation is the highest, in my opinion, the highest form of output. So that synthesis creates retention. This creates information. It creates knowledge, right? Lots of input creates knowledge. And then using that knowledge creates retention. You can memorize and recognize things through input, but you can create and retain, or you can retain and transform with output. And that's kind of where the game like this, what do we call these? Edutainment. This is not an edutainment game or format, but I heard this term, someone used this term before. It was like on Shashinko. Edutainment, I really like the term. Edutainment is trying to straddle this. And I think, like, you know, long story short, Kajigator, you can still do this as a deck. Like, what I mean is you can take all of the way you sort this information and construct a Bunpro deck, right? And what you're minimizing is the presentation. So on top of that, the gamification part is the presentation, because the presentation creates a response and a correction. So if, you know, Godzilla, right? Godzilla there gets shot in the face, that's a response. You made a mistake. So this is the bare minimum of the part that makes it a game, is how I would frame it for like someone who's like a new time developer who's still in their 20s and stuff. The game part is the visual and the interaction part. However, when it comes to learning something from those games or encouraging people to use problem solving, critical thinking skills, if you rely on response and correction, then honestly, if I had to be redundant about this, it serves very similar function as Duolingo. And Duolingo is a starting place, right? In fact, they invest most of their things into response and correction. And I don't think they go out and say you're going to become the most advanced person in like problem solving and critical thinking skills when you're using their product. They specifically, and that is what is being criticized, right? It's being criticized, but I don't think that's what it's designed to do. And then meanwhile, whenever someone says, oh, you know, Anki works better, the process that's involved in Duolingo, like the thinking process, you know, the pyramid, right? That I'm talking about. Those people who criticize Duolingo uses Anki at the very specific levels too. They have no organization. Organization is provided for them. So whenever you're using Anki and you're loading up a deck, that requires no analytical skills or no curation skills. Now, the nice thing about Anki is there's a potential, because Anki is a platform that has these tools. So the moment Anki starts working better than Duolingo is when the person starts analyzing and curating their information. So it is different, you know, like you have different Anki users, right? You have an Anki user that tells you, oh, so I took this deck and I took this deck and then I extracted the parts and rearranged the information, or I extract these information and distill it into this type of information. That is curation and analytics. It's different when someone comes to you and say, oh, Duolingo doesn't work. I spent 1 year using Duolingo and just doing whatever Duolingo tells me to, and I didn't learn any Japanese. So I went to Anki and I downloaded the 2000 kanji. It's the same process to me. You're not learning anything. You're responding and correcting. So inherently, if that person does not end up elevating their use of the platform, because Anki is a platform that you can do so. Bunpro, by the way, you can do that as well. You can create self-study sentences. You can extract and transfer things, right? You can reorganize, create new decks. You can interact with other user decks in which you can curate and modify yourself, right? Given adequate credit and all that stuff. If you're not doing those upper level functions, then retention is non-existent. The moment the system is removed, you no longer have anything to tether to that response. Ideally, then you go into like this whole idea of immersion, right? When someone says immersion. And immersion, in my opinion, still comes in these flavors. If you're immersing yourself and what you're doing is you're correcting and responding, then you do not form any form of curation, analytics, and creation. So when you're thinking about, oh, what is your last hurdle when you're inputting only? This is input down here. Input dominant is down here. Output dominant is up here. The moment you start thinking about, oh, well, I just don't know what to say. Like, I know all these words and whatnot, but I can't seem to organize them into a coherent idea because I don't want to. You can still, through immersion, memorize things, right? Like you can memorize the natural way someone says, nice to meet you, right? You can try to memorize all of the different permutations of nice to meet you, right? Yoroshiku, right? Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Or maybe like Ohio, or I try to think of other, like I have problems grouping them together, right? Right now, the process that I'm in is predominantly responding and correcting. Now we're slowly trying to get into analytics and curation. What am I trying to think of when I'm saying yoroshiku? Hajimemashite, right? Hajimemashite would be situational at most, between yoroshiku, hajimemashite, right? Or konnichiwa, right? This stuff is really interesting whenever I see different presentations. So this could seem like to others, oh, this is basically Bunpro with extra steps. I'm like, that's exactly the point. It's Bunpro with steps that you don't have to manually do, but it's convenient that they thought about it. Like, for example, how does this save you time? Despite it being clunky, and I'm trying to keep track of time here. I'm kind of like done with my playing this thing. I'm more doing this for analytics. So what I'm doing now is exactly what my focus is. I'm no longer really asking myself, oh, what can I respond to? How am I gonna correct it? Like, to get a score, right? Specifically, I jump right into looking at, okay, so, all right, what kind of information do I want? What kind of information am I lacking? And where my gaps are. So then I would use the flexibility, because this is more like a platform. You're using these filters. Filters is immediately curation. So if you're looking at this stuff from this lens, then I would consider someone being intermediate in like thinking, in learning and thinking. For the most part, I think if you get someone to learn all this stuff, it's not important. It seems as though this is like doing learning, right? Your language learning with extra steps. If that's what your thought is, then ultimately, then probably not at the intermediate step. You're not here yet. For myself, this is far more interesting than actually getting answers right and whatnot. I actually quite like that they have this many, like, question counters. That's fine. And now I'm curious. I have to think about this. I'm curious as to how I'm going to maybe use this as a way to engage it in a different way, because I wanted grouping. One second. So this is exactly what I said to, at least in my recording, and then the developer, right? Developer of Kotoba Dash actually ended up doing his own, like that person's own version of this, where you must have some sort of flexibility in how you organize the information. Because if your goal is to get someone or to encourage someone to figure out and quickly solve how they're going to learn something, it is how flexible your organizational skill is. What's not worth, like if someone's talking about like, is this worth my time? We're talking about removing menial stuff, you know, like manual things. And what are manual things? Well, if you're trying to like collect, right? If you're trying to collect information, that's manual stuff. So I'm not gonna sit here and collect like all the ru verbs, all the u verbs, right? Or godan and ichidan and godan verbs, and then irregular verbs. Those parts are where I can save time. What I do want to know, which I can't do right now in Bunpro, why is this useful to me? Like this Kaijugator thing is a great addition. I would say it's a great addition. Based on what's here, I would say on first impressions, 8 out of 10, because I can definitely see more things that you can categorize. But It's really wonderful. The reason why it's really above average is because it complements. This complements the current Bunpro structure, right? Like if you're learning grammar, the grammar point is the limiting factor, not the repetition of each grammar point. So, and then there's no grouping. Like you have grouping kind of, you don't have grouping based on the samples. You have grouping based on the grammar point. So this is a really wonderful thing. So immediately I'm like, they read my mind, or this panders to me. I guess I would say this panders to me. And that's a win. That's a big W for the Bunpro team. It kind of looks like what the Bunpro team is doing is, I'm not entirely sure if the Bunpro team is collaborating with people. That's why it's like it goes to a separate screen or something. But whatever they're doing, it's really wonderful. One thing that is probably not going to win awards is probably if you show this to like the hypothetical Gen Z, right? It can draw the lack of gamification, I suppose. And what is the lack of gamification by default is there's no point system, like competitive, there's no visuals, right? Visuals, stimulation and whatnot, and that's fair. That's where I say 8 out of 10, right? You could kind of have both. There is a trade-off though. The more that it is gamified, which is where a lot of niche language learners would criticize, the higher the gamification goes, the less and less likely the person using it is going to be incentivized to elevate their, for lack of a better word, their game, right? When it comes to thinking, like if I'm concerned about thinking, if this part is a 10 out of 10 game, then the odds of this part happening goes down. Because that's the reason, one of the biggest drivers for this, this is a hot take. If a game is 10 out of 10 in correcting and responding, right? Responding, correcting, they will likely form a habit before intellectual exploration. So that's kind of one of those, like, you can't have the cake and eat it situation. When a game is incredibly engaging and it's focused on engagement, correcting and responding over and over again, then oftentimes the battle that you're having is to break habits. And I'm not saying it's not possible. Like, for example, puzzle games try to distill that. The moment a habit forms, this is how do you get this, right? The word I would use for most people is pacing. Pacing is, I would say, the generality word for reviewers and journalists and critics, or game aficionados. It's pacing. Pacing is when you have a game that is incredibly engaging and self-correct, like responding and correcting, right? However, they create a novelty. I can't spell novelty. A novelty that removes this habit. So, for example, when you play the game, the first level, right? The first level, you do something and you get good at it. Get good as in from a not necessarily my definition of learning. You get good at it either by brute force like memory or repetition, right? Level 1, repetition. Then level 2, if that's the same, then you do more of the same memory and repetition. And then you do 3, and if it's the same, then the pacing is bad, right? At some point, the pacing is slow. It's boring. It stops being engaging. So oftentimes, what happens in game design is when they have to gauge when the memory and repetition forms a habit, and then have a level that challenges this habit, so then it becomes quote-unquote fresh again, because you're going back to repetition, basically like responding. The reason why responding is at the bottom, like this is responding and this is correcting, is because when something forms a habit, you no longer correct anymore. So the moment habit is formed, you no longer make corrections. So at a game, at the very basic foundation, a game has you responding to things, and then you're hoping to elicit corrections. When that correction, when you're no longer making a correction, that's when a novelty is injected into the game, be it a different level, a different boss, and then you enter another state of correction, right? Alternatively, you can have games where you take your habit, right, and you ask the player to combine habits. So then when you have two habits compared to each other, then you can improve the chances of analytical behavior and curation. And that's usually why, like, RPG games, a lot of games have soft RPG, quote-unquote RPG elements, not RPG as in role-playing like the storytelling aspect, but more like comparative analyses. So now when you have two habits, like for example, level 1 introduces one playstyle, and then level 2 introduces another playstyle. And the goal is to synthesize these playstyles together in order to succeed in level 3, and so on and so forth. That's when you hit games that are going to be niche. The higher the stacking of needing to memorize, or like needing to respond to something, correct something, then go back and analyze and curate, the game goes up in its niche because the requirements are higher. And higher as in not necessarily harder or easier, because if you do this all the time, then it would be easy. If you do this all the time, like rarely, then it will be hard. And if you're thinking about it from a normal 10 out of 10 game, like that's really popular, it will be harder. This top part is harder to them. This is like, to me, I like this, so it's easier to me. Like this part is harder because I don't want to sit there responding and correcting to things. It's boring. It's not something I like to do. It's a habit that I don't get my sense of reward. Most people, I would say, get most of their reward from this type of behavior. Now, how is this related to why I think this is a great idea? 8 out of 10. The 2 is unrelated to, like, for me, this is a 10 out of 10. But I would say it's about an 8 out of 10. If not, it can go down to 6, is because this part carries a lot of points, and I don't think it's necessary. In fact, if they introduced this as a separate thing, which they technically did on the practice menu, it's very useful. I wanted to make this comment and digression because I was going to talk about this anyways, about how to create or encourage learning things while giving the idea of gaming. I often have this romantic vision that maybe in my mid-40s I would create an edutainment game myself. But for now, this is what's laying the foundations. I think the focus often is why is it important to focus on giving opportunities of analytical and curation skills? Because if you're trying to, if your goal is to encourage someone to learn something, it is not through response and correction. I think response and correction, in my opinion, it's more about how often do you get exposure and habits formed, right? Like formed online. Something that's overrepresented is not conducive. Something that's overrepresented is not conducive to learning. It's oxymoronic to think that something that's overrepresented leads to learning. When it's overrepresented, you don't learn anything. It's overrepresented. Like, what I mean is, it's not new, so you don't have to learn anything, right? And what's overrepresented? Games. And not necessarily all games. I'm talking about games that rely on response and correction. In fact, the way I interact with people who language learn, right? Like, consider themselves language learners. Right now, especially Japanese. They do response and correct when they interact with each other, when you interact with each other. So, like, if I sit here and I stare at a prompt, right, and it looks like I'm spending a lot of time thinking about all the possibilities, someone would come by and say, like, the answer is this, it's this, you know, with a lot of exclamation marks. It's like, it's, you know, it's this is the answer. That's how I know it's overrepresented. There's no deeper learning or thinking, consideration, or observation skills. Do you need it? I don't know yet. For the most part, if you're wondering, if someone says something like, is it worth your time learning analytical skills? Analytical skill, like participate in analytics and curation, and then ultimately creation. I think if I had to be very conservative, as in I don't want to push people to gaslighting them with fear or FOMO, right? This would be in the category of FOMO. Creation is optional a lot of times. I think there are plenty of people that I know who are well into their 70s and their 80s that were really happy and content without needing to be part of anything that is strictly creative. I would say, instead of saying zeros and ones, it's more like how much percentage. So like 5% of their life could be involved in creation. But to me, one of the most corollary things that deal with people's success and contentment is analytic. Like, if you poll people, right, they would say something like, I would say roughly 30% of their time would be used in analytics and curation. However, that is like when they're doing the activity. But if you're talking about of the people that are successful, so we're talking about the percentage of people who feel like they are very successful and they have merits and evidence for it, I would say greater than 60% of the people would say they spend time, what they owe their success. They owe their success and their like accomplishments and stuff is through this process, not responding and correcting. Responding and correcting is not sufficient. It's rarely ever sufficient to be like the 60% of people who feel contentment in their accomplishments and actually have evidence of their accomplishments. So whenever someone says something like, oh, I passed the N5, right? And if you pass the N5 through response and correction, then eventually you're going to get to N4 and you might pass. And then when you get to N3, low chance of passing. And then N2, you might quit. The idea behind this is this does not scale. It's not scaling. It's very hard to scale response and correct. So as the volume increases, you hit a scaling problem. And how do you address that scaling problem? Technology. So perfectly fine. What I'm saying is, not if now somebody comes up and say, oh, well, you don't have to pass N1. N1 doesn't teach you how to, N1 doesn't evaluate colloquial speech. You don't need N1 to be able to sound fluent when you're talking to someone and interact on a daily basis. I agree. I absolutely agree. So in no way am I telling you that this is going to lead you to contentment and happiness. In fact, being able to make that argument that if you passed N4, you're happy, is an analytical skill. And it deals with curation. The moment you tell yourself, like, oh, what is the pool of knowledge that I want in Japanese in order to meet my needs for colloquial speech, or like living in Japan or whatnot, is the moment you took your analytical skills, you compared these levels, what's available in them, and then you curated what you need. Oh, I only need a little bit of N3 and then all of N4 and N5, and then that's pretty much what I encounter when I live in Japan. So we'll just go with that and hone those skills. That's analytical skills and curation. And then what happened is you created a lifestyle. You created a lifestyle as a foreigner in Japan. Not a native Japanese person, not a native like Japanese person. You created an archetype for your lifestyle that is more or so a pragmatic person who's a foreigner in Japan, because you found that the other stuff and all the other stuff is optional, right? You might be able to pick them up somewhere else or what have you. That is upper level process. That's what you're doing when you're analyzing information. So to me, this is where it gets a little fun when someone talks to me about their achievements. Typically, this is where I would like plug about encouraging people to discuss and entertain. I've had this comment talked about before, like, aren't you wasting your time? Like, I've heard this several times. Wasting time yapping. Right? Wasting time yapping. Or some people, I feel incredibly privileged to meet a lot of wonderful, like a bit self-conscious people over the years, in like the last couple of years. And when they often think of when people yap, it's a waste of time because they don't see value in it, right? And then oftentimes they would like apologize. They would say, sorry, like I know you want to spend time learning or something, right? Like otherwise. But for myself, I think this is where the wasting time thing comes, like this aspect of response and correction is what makes yapping oftentimes a waste of time to them. Like for me, what I'm analyzing is I'm collecting information, right? I'm collecting information from you. So whenever someone says like, oh, you don't have this problem, and you know, you're helping me with my problems, but you probably solved this problem for yourself before. It's like, well, yeah, for myself. That doesn't necessarily mean I don't have to practice it and discuss it with another person in order to retain it, right? You get better, or you get more consistent at problem solving and learning things when you actually learn things and problem solve as well. So you are not beyond wasting your time on doing the same thing. Now, hear me out. Why does it feel like people think yapping is a waste of time? In my opinion, it's because they're responding and correcting. That's it. That's on the internet. I would say when people get online, 90% of the time, they only do responding and correcting. There's no deeper meaning behind most things. Like when someone asks you a question, they're like, oh, that's not correct. According to Google or Gemini or ChatGPT, this is the correct response. Or like, oh, this is the correct way. Oh, this is like not so correct. Technically, this is not it. Technically, this is the best game ever. And then, you know, like 2 minutes later, like, oh, this is the best game ever. And when you're responding and correcting, yeah, it's gonna feel like a waste of time. You don't do anything new. Like, your reward for thinking differently and challenging yourself to discuss things at a deeper level is where the reward comes from when you yap. So, no, I don't waste my time when I talk to someone. However, I'm not gonna go and try to, like, I'm not gonna gaslight them into thinking that. I'm gonna try to encourage them to find something that makes it rewarding to them. Because to me, you don't have to apologize for wasting my time, quote unquote, right? Feeling like you're wasting my time. I've selected and chosen to take this time to make use of it. And I think that's why I feel like when you're overrepresenting, when things are overrepresented, right? Like this type of thing, it's overrepresented. It becomes dreary, boring, uninspired. Not that this stuff isn't important. Passing your N5s, N4s, N3s, knowing how you conjugate, etc. That is as important as you perceive it to be. Right? And to me, information is important when it has an application. When it is overrepresented, it gets trivialized. I think that's a basic human, to me, that's a basic human condition. So whenever someone asks me, oh yeah, when are you gonna pass the N5? And I'm like, I will pass the N5 if I have the motivation and the application to do so. Yesterday, the person that I met who was talking about, they were sharing that they've been learning Japanese and teaching Japanese over 10 years, and then it's actually been 20 years since they started Japanese when they were 19, and now they're 39. How I remember those numbers is through this, by the way, like understanding the application of information. So all the information this person told me, which we kind of spent about 40 to 50 minutes talking about, I grouped all the information that person gave me in order to form an organization of the information I want to use for something to say this very day. So in order to remember that that person is 39 and they're going to turn 40 in November, I think is what they said. Remembering those information it becomes trivial, and like it's easier to remember because there's an application for it. I was curating, I was analyzing, I was comparing. Like I asked the person how old they were because I wanted to share my age, right? And then I wanted to talk about the contrast between millennial and Gen Z thinking when it comes to language learning, and we were sharing our professional backgrounds, comparative analyses. When you share, whenever someone says, what's the point of asking a question if you already know the answer? Like that's kind of the wasting time is yapping thing. When someone says like, oh, what did you do? and then the other person says, well, I already said that before, so why don't you go find out? And or something like, hey, do you know the answer to this? It's like, why don't you go Google it? The person who's saying why don't you go Google it is the person who's not practicing the output and the synthesis and the curation of their knowledge that they have. So effectively, they have to understand that they suck. They're going to suck at doing that in the future when they have to. So whenever someone says, are you wasting your time when you're yapping? Because it's easier to go on Google and look for the overrepresented information. It is. If, one big if the way you explain something is not transformative, it doesn't do anything for yourself, it does not elicit information from what makes you unique, then yes, it's a waste of time, because you have just equivocated yourself to something that is static. I mean, AI is a little bit more dynamic, but the idea is, if someone asks you something and your response is, I can't say it any better than Google taking 5 seconds to Google it, then yes, you are responding and correcting. Someone asks you a question, you give them the correct answer. And if you don't have the correct answer, you tell them the correct answer, where you can find the correct answer, so you don't have to try to analyze or curate an answer yourself. Like, for example, when someone asks you a question and your response is, I don't know. That's fair. It's all right to say, I don't know. It's another level when you can explain why you don't know and how you would get to know it. That is analytical skills. Because you have a response and you're analyzing what you have. Do you have the knowledge that this person seeks? If you don't, how can you comparatively go and find that knowledge either with the person or without the person? That would be far more than the average person would do online, especially with themselves. Like, you might be thinking, okay, well, who cares if you don't talk to other people, as long as you're smart and you're problem solving, you're critically thinking, right? That's oftentimes when someone says, oh, self-study doesn't work. It's like, you're right. I actually agree with the vast majority of intellectuals who say self-study doesn't work. And why doesn't it work? In my opinion, what is the biggest thing that makes it doesn't work is largely because the people who are self-studying for the first time are also inexperienced at any form of critical thinking or problem solving. They have yet to encounter their first one. I'm not saying they're incapable of critical thinking and problem solving. They simply have not reached the opportunity to do that. So when the opportunity to do that is self-studying, there's no way they're going to generate that unless something challenges them or obligates them to do so. And how do you get that? You could make a video game, right? You could inject critical thinking into something they already do. And that's where video games come in. Like, when someone says, oh yeah, video games, it's all gamification, like it makes learning, it adulterates the learning. That's coming from someone who already critically thinks and problem solves. I think that's, again, if you're critically thinking and problem solving, it doesn't mean that you're compassionate and have emotional intelligence. Frankly, I've had my fair share of people who are incredibly intelligent. They're great problem solvers, critical thinking skills, but they have the emotional intelligence of an acorn or something that doesn't have emotional intelligence, because they would say something like, oh, this is gamification. There's no way you can learn anything from it. Well, they can learn to try their first time at critical thinking skills. You don't know. Being so wrapped up in critical thinking skills, you can trivialize things. Like, I want to keep in mind, this is not easy. It only becomes easy when you do it. So how am I attached to all of this? Like, why would I consider myself having more emotional intelligence? It's because I typically work with people at this stage. Like, what I mean, work is a very broad term. And what I mean by work, I don't actually do this for a living. It's not a job. There are opportunities whenever someone has problems with schoolwork or they're used to asking questions and whatnot that I kind of end up fitting into the picture sometimes, but I don't do this professionally. I would love, I wouldn't mind doing this professionally, but I can only see myself in the future as a consultant of some sort. This is what, in my opinion, this is what qualifies as consultation. You pick up clients, you end up figuring out what is it that they're responding to and what is it that they want to be corrected, right? And then you are hired to do the analytical work and the curation. The curation is technically synonymous with the problem solving part. When you analyze a problem, you curate to create a solution, right? And then you have to curate and then go to creating a solution for the problem. You start by looking at what's there, responding, and then looking at what's considered correct and what's not, right? And that's kind of the idea. Whenever someone comes to you and have a problem, or they're apologizing, when they're apologizing, that to me screams that they have a problem, in my opinion. So how do I rectify them not feeling sorry for wasting my time yapping? I spend time talking this way. So everything comes in a loop and a circle. And for me, I think the most classic response when it comes to language learning is whenever someone says something like, oh yeah, I'll see it enough times to remember it. Or, oh, I'm just going to do this. It's going to happen anyways naturally, and I'm going to remember it. And yes, that will probably work. However, it shouldn't be your dominant way of remembering things. Personally, in my opinion. Or it shouldn't be the only way. Like, I do say this occasionally in HanziHero, for example. I'm like, am I worried about this? I'm not really worried about this. I think I know that this particular word is overrepresented. So I'll leave it up to overrepresentation. However, I'm using comparative analyses in order to understand that there are words that I won't remember because they are rarer and whatnot. So then you can take like frequency and whatnot into consideration. I mean, Bunpro actually kind of cute because Bunpro's vocabulary tells you when something's in like the top 200 or top 300 of a particular platform's use case, which can be helpful when that becomes helpful. So, you spend all your time memorizing like, oh, this is in the top 200 Netflix words. It's like, yeah, now go to Netflix and find if it's true, right? Because now you're using the information to motivate yourself to apply and curate your opinions about it. That's kind of the idea. I genuinely feel remiss a lot of times when someone would tell me something and I don't have the opportunity to ask them to follow up on what they mean by the information, because typically when they share information, it is void of any form of higher level thinking, which is interesting to me. I'm not particularly interested in someone telling me like, this is the correct answer. I'm like, okay, and what compels you to give the correct answer? That's what I'm interested in. I mean, I can correct this whenever the next time that shows up, which would be overrepresented. Oh, there, Starry. Anyways, that's kind of my thought with this Kaiji Gator thing. So that is today's little vibing stuff. Am I gonna use this in the next session? Whenever 0 days come up, maybe whenever we have some extra time, I'll probably try to use this in a manner. Today, I basically wanted to see what is available to me. Right, all the function of Kaiji this kaiju gator thing, like what I can do. So then when I'm studying, right? When I'm studying in Bunpro, I can keep track of what I can use this for. So now that I know, so like what selection factors and what it can do, now I can pay attention to what I can do with this when I'm like practicing vocabulary and like doing my lessons and whatnot. And I think definitely probably partitioning the verbs with the adjectives. In fact, I kind of want to know how big the irregular pool, like irregular verb pools. Like for example, have this. This is what I mean by organizing information that I think I will have problems with. Like we would go, maybe these two would help, and then I would use only irregular verbs, right? And then we would try to conjugate the whole of N, like N5 to N1, testing just the dictionary and the stem forms to help me recognize all irregular verbs. Now, you might be saying, well, there's probably only a few irregular verbs anyways. It doesn't matter these things. It's like, well, we'll find out, right? Because that's one of the things that are in my head. Like, I'm testing for things that are not overrepresented. Because the overrepresented things, I can rely on the idea that there's a chance through repetition and maybe application, we'll be okay with those. So there's some really funny things that I kind of want to test out, which in the future we'll do. And that took me like, obviously if you're thinking things like, oh, well, you could play the game, it's like, well, you don't really need to. Like the game is an interface, right? The gamification part is an interface. I do like that they're using a 4 keyword system as opposed to like a 7 keyword system. 7 is on the high end. 4 is a pretty, I don't know if this is if they intentionally did this or not, but I typically, whenever I have to remember something, I would try to narrow it down to 4. 7 is at the upper end. And if you're super stretching and trying to make an exhausting thing, maybe pushing it to 10. But I am quite a believer in the magic number 7. Right? There's a theory behind this. It's a long, age-old theory. 7. I think that if you're trying to remember, like, say, video games, and I'm not saying people don't remember more than 7 things. You can remember a lot of things by clustering units into 7s. So, like, you can remember 7 pairs of things. That would be technically 14 things. But I typically think of 4 too, or 3 or 4. So when they're doing this, I'm curious if that's by coincidence or not, because when you think about the organization of particular keywords, this is what I think about. It's kind of cute, or it's a coincidence in my opinion, that what is shown here is what's going on in my head. Like, and hear me out. It's even more dynamic than this. I don't think of it this way. I think of it imagery. So if that would be kind of interesting if they considered that. It would take a lot of effort, right? Or I mean like menial effort, where this would then have something up here that represents the suru, as opposed to like using a like a visual for right or wrong, which is overrepresented. Obviously overrepresenting, you know, like if our kaiju, if a kaiju gets shot, it means it's incorrect. If a kaiju attacks back, it means it's correct. That serves one function, right? Alternatively, then you can go to like a platform like Migaku, right? Migaku, then it would have the scene of whatever the sentence came from or where the vocabulary came from, right? Varying degrees of layered information. Now, the reason why I don't think this is a quote-unquote bad thing is we have to consider a balance. So how many things are you looking at right now? For any one flashcard, this is probably one of the first signs of early self-study, is when you I would say the normalization of more information is always better. As in, when you're trying to remember something, the difference between more details, right? Like, say this is your card. Like, this is technically a card. This is a flashcard with a interact, a response correct, right? Response correct situation. When someone goes to do their Anki thing, right? Their Anki card, they often think about, oh, let's just collect all the information. Let's more details equal more likely to remember, right? And it might be obvious to other people where, like, no, more detail means more detail. And if that sounds like, well, yeah, Maku, when you have more detail, it means more details. Like, well, you have to say that to yourself. More details is more details. More details is not more memory. More details mean more things to remember. So what does that mean? Sometimes people get shocked when they get more details, their retention goes down. So what does that mean? Why does that happen? And then some people say, no, retention goes up when you add more detail, right? Well, it deals with the property of memory, right? When you think about details, do they mean anything? Or, like, are they associated with anything? So here's where I have somewhat of a problematic relationship with some people who keep, like, coming at me and say, oh yeah, but you can sentence mine from native content, and you can take the vlog and then it will give you an explainer for this grammar, and then it will tell you all its permutations and then its frequency on a chart. And, like, that's great. And how are you using all that information? How do you associate all that information so that it can reproduce something that is in your schema of analytics and curation, right? And then help you promote creation, as in using that information to explain something or in some way transformative so that you can internalize it for future retention? The answer is probably like, well, I haven't thought of it that far. All I did was, I think if I can collect all the information, it will help me remember the thing. It doesn't. Like, it rarely ever does, because you're collecting for the sake of collecting. You're not collecting for the sake of understanding. It's a very different thing. So whenever someone says, like, oh yeah, but I will just download these 4,000 the 2,000 kanji deck and then go through the 2,000 kanji deck, and someone would say something like, yeah, that's the best way to start. And I'm like, I would download a kanji deck with 50 kanji on it. Why do you need the 2,000? It's like, well, then I don't miss anything. It's like, you're gonna miss everything when you think that you can internalize all that information right away without slowly rollovering its application. I was talking to someone yesterday, right? They were talking about language, and they immediately resonated with what I said earlier, which was reassuring. When I told them, like, oh yeah, blending languages, that's what I do. Like, sometimes I'm like, suru is to do, but since I can't use it in a sentence, I'll substitute with English, right? The idea is you're using all the information that you're doing as you're turning over information. Some people, the detail-oriented people, the people who think about more details, is you have to do it right the first time. The information has to be accurate, and it's on a use case, so it's static by nature and has to be right from the get-go. That's not how your brain works. I mean, like, maybe someone can create a great counter argument for me, like the idea that the concept of learning means that inherently it's not going to be comprehensive. Like, comprehensive, not comprehensible, just to clarify between people who have comprehensible input in the brain. Comprehensive is not the same as like memory. Like things that are comprehensive are harder to remember. There's more information when you focus on comprehensiveness as in exhaustiveness. All right, comprehensible means that it is sufficient to understand what it is, not that it is comprehensive as in you understand the entirety of the thing by looking at one example. Like when someone says Ohayo and you think of it as one concept, it's like, oh, now I remember it forever. No, you don't. You don't. You won't. It is unlikely, because you're thinking of it as an unrelated concept that floats in thin air. It's not. It defies comprehensibility. Like what I mean is, when you think of comprehensibility, comprehensible input, like that whole concept, you're framing it with all of your existing knowledge, like your existing experience, your existing habits. So when it's framed around that, then it's reproducible, because then it gets inherited to your framework. Going to Anki, making a deck, and extracting like sentence mining to high heaven, include as much detail, and then assuming that somehow doing all of that creates more memories that are retained. Without association, there's no comprehension. So that's kind of how I feel about some of these things. So when I say, why is it okay, like, oh, this is really cute and engaging, is because there's already a lot of information. And for myself, this is where the challenge happens when I talk to people who are studying. Like, I don't understand advanced physics anymore. I don't understand, I barely understand calculus anymore. And when someone says, oh, can you help me out with how I can, like, what can I do to get better at my homework and whatnot? And oftentimes they would show me like their screen, or they would show me their assignment, and then they would ask, like, they would read it. I'm like, can you demonstrate to me how you solve this? Like, do what you do in order to perform this task. And the only thing I typically do is I ask them, so what do you think what kind of information you can extract from this? What do you think only learning the answer will help? Like, does this tell you anything? Why did they include this and this? It's like, what are you thinking when you come across this particular keyword? Right? That's only after someone says, okay, so I read the prompt and I looked at the answers and the questions. I have no idea where to start. I'm like, what do you mean by you have no idea where to start? You started, you read the prompt. So what does the prompt tell you? Like, well, it tells me exactly what it tells you. I'm like, you don't understand my question. Like, what do you understand from the prompt? Like, you just read 3 paragraphs. What does it tell you? And then they proceed to say something like, well, they tell me exactly what it says. That doesn't explain to me that you understand what you read. And then they're like, well, can you illustrate that? How do you know I didn't memorize the entire prompt? Okay, I'll ask you a couple of questions. And I would ask them a couple of questions, and then they would try to answer it. They would have a bit of problem, but then they would like look back at the prompt and they would be able to answer the question. And then I asked them, read the question that the person's asking. Did you answer that question? And it typically answers the question the person asked. Like, they were able to write a response to it. That's what I mean by, yeah, you can have so much information in front of you, but it's not like you comprehend it. You know, it's not comprehensible. It might be comprehensive, as in it is exhaustive. You have all the information at your fingertips, right? That's the whole internet syndrome, right? You're on the internet. It's like, oh, I don't have to worry about understanding anything. The internet's going to explain it to me. Like, yeah, they would most of the time. When you have a problem that is based on your comprehension and what you want to create. When you want to create something, then it's no longer a concept about all the information on the internet. It's the concept that you can synthesize, curate, and analyze the information in order to create something, which typically doesn't happen. And then when someone goes to college or goes to graduate school, they're like, I don't understand why I'm having so much trouble when I literally know what the prompt is saying. And the short answer is that when someone's asking you a question, you know, like the exam questions and stuff, they're asking you to synthesize and comprehensively, you know, comprehend the information, not comprehensively memorize the information. So here is a great idea. When someone is analyzing a game, right? Oftentimes people would criticize the game by what's literally there, as opposed to synthesizing and coming up with a deeper analyses of why the game has, or why the interface or UI has those choices. Whenever someone provides a critique, it's a criticism projecting their own opinion. It's rarely recognizing and understanding that they knew what they were going for and then constructively criticizing that. So, for example, like here, it would be like, oh, this doesn't function anything. There's no function to this. It's just gamification, right? Like someone could say that. Actually, a very maturely, like intermediate language learner would come by and say, oh, this serves no function. Like if you took this away, you would still have the same effects by having just this part, and that this part is basically just Bunpro with a different format, right? Just like, yeah, you did not explain what the functions are. The criticism is that they don't serve a function, so that it's very easy for this person to rationalize, right? This is what I typically mean by lazy criticism. And not lazy in the sense that it is bad. It's lazy because it's appropriate for this person. This person didn't feel like it is important to know any of this stuff. Whether it is useful or not is up to them. That's what makes it an op-ed. It makes it a criticism in an op-ed because they didn't even demonstrate they understood what the intent was first before criticizing it. So like, oh, these graphics are bad, for example. Like, oh, these buildings, they're terrible. I could draw better buildings. Like, okay, so what do you think the function of the buildings are? What do you think the function of this part is? Like, what do you think the developer had in mind? Have you considered the analytical comparative analyses you have to do before you curate an opinion or a criticism of the product, right? And I'm being very like somewhat aggressive, but I'm talking about in general, like corollary behavior. This is the norm. So I don't think it's bad or good. It's the normal thing to do. So when someone says like, oh, you're just overreacting, everyone does it. And I agree, everyone does it. Or it feels like most people do it. And my thought is, I don't have to be everyone. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm offering, ironically, constructive criticism about non-constructive criticism that is normal, that's normally accepted. So this would be one of them. This ties into 2 or 3 days ago when someone asked me, what is the impact? What, like, of all the apps you used, what is the most impactful? And it took me like 3 hours to qualify the different variances of what's impactful. The short answer to that person's question was said in the first 3 minutes because I am trying to put myself in their shoes. What is the intent behind their question? Their intent behind their question was, does it get closer? Does it help you with N5 or something like that? Does it help you with N4? That's usually something that's very measurable, right? And then I proceed to talk about the deeper things I think about, because I'm more focused on learning and not progress. Progress and learning are two separate things. They can be related to each other, but a lot of the importance of them are different. Learning and progress are not proportional to each other. I think that is overrepresented. A lot of times when people say, hey, I see some progress, I must be learning something. To me, it's not. It's not guaranteed. You can play video games. You can play like hundreds and thousands of video games of one specific mechanic, and you would have learned no more or no less than the first 50 hours of the very first time you learned that mechanic. Now, what do you gain? Just because you're not learning something doesn't mean you're not gaining something. That's what I mean by progress. You can become more consistent. Consistency doesn't necessarily require learning. So you can still make progress in consistency, progress in a habit formation. There are other forms of progress. So I think this whole idea of gamification, number goes up, N5, N4, number of kanji, number of vocabulary words, how many hours you place in something, all of those require a large conditional. And that large conditional is that, are you learning something, or are you seeking other forms of progress? Because consistency is a form of progress. Forming a habit to do something consistently is something that is, ironically, is learned by some people for the first time. Personally, I don't think most people have to learn what consistency is. In my opinion, they need to, they don't need progress in consistency. They need to learn what I misspoke a little. They understand the progress of consistency, or the consistency in progress, whichever way they're kind of back and forth. They need to learn what that consistency is that construed as progress. So, like for example, when someone says, well, I'm never consistent with anything. You play video games, don't you? If I had to wager, the first thing I would say is, do you have anything you want? Or do you have anything you like? Okay, what do you do with the things you like? You do them with consistency if they are offered, right? So it's not the idea that they've never made progress on the skill of consistency. They didn't learn what the idea of that consistency is. So oftentimes when someone says, how do you stay consistent with language learning? And my first thought is, well, I don't know you yet. We have yet to meet. We're strangers. We don't know much about each other. So when you ask me, do I have any advice or recommendation for a stranger? I can't rely on the idea that I understand what that stranger does. But there are foundational things that you can rely on. And those foundational things are everything that preceded this meeting. So the first thing I would say is, hey, do you have anything that you do consistently? Right? Because the person asked me, how do you stay consistent with language learning? And the first question would be is, have this person been consistent with something? And I'm not going to say what that consistent thing is, because I don't know. I'm not this person's caretaker or this guardian or their parents or anybody remotely close. And if they ask well, I've never been consistent in anything like this, my first thought is, but that's not the answer to my question per se. I asked you, have you ever been consistent in anything? And that's not an exercise of if you're someone like in my position, you're probably saying, well, duh, they obviously have been consistent at something, like eating. They might have been consistent at eating at this point in their lives. If they're 20 years old, if they weren't necessarily consistent at eating, they would have had problems. And then some people argue, but the person's diet might not be consistent, but they're still consuming something. So there's a place to start. You're looking for a starting position, right? So when that person says, oh, you know, I've never been consistent in my life, I don't understand how that could possibly be true, but let's entertain that this person's never been consistent in their lives. So the goal is to find all the conditions that makes them think that things are not consistent. And then over time, when you talk to someone long enough, they will have a list of conditions, right? You would then have a list of conditions that makes someone think that they're consistent and then not consistent, right? They're gonna have a list. So after a while, we talk for 2 to 3 hours. Then what we can do is, hey, well, I don't have advice or recommendations for you that are specific enough for your life experiences, because you and we are strangers, and I wouldn't be comfortable in you sharing your like own personal information. Remember, discretion advised on the internet. However, we did talk about a lot of foundations. You have a bunch of lists of conditions that you can incorporate into your language learning. And then you have a bunch of things that you can use to mitigate on your list. Go at it. I think that list will be long enough for you to work on something in order to develop your own perception of how you stay consistent and inconsistent, right? That's kind of how then that person has agency. What did I do here is that I encouraged the person to stop responding and correcting. I encourage the person to use their analytical skills, which they have. Like, humans have analytical skills. Surely it's under practice, you know, like for some it's incredibly under practiced. That's perfectly fine. But if you're 20, you likely have some comparative analysis skills, and they only go up from there. So then they've curated a list already, and this is analytical. They're comparing what is consistent and not consistent, and that is the recommendation. So whenever someone asks me for advice, the advice is the task. Explaining things is overrepresentation. So online, the most valuable information, at least in my opinion now, is the information that is not readily available. Thinking is not readily available. Like getting someone to think about the information that they have access to. This is, you might be, you know, some people might be thinking, wow, like, do people never think about their lives and stuff's like, well, you'd be surprised how it takes another person to ask the proper questions in order to help them elicit the information they already know. Like, you don't need to find new internet information to answer what makes you consistent and what makes you not consistent, or what's associated with things you do consistently and what's associated with things you do non-consistently. Like, for example, I got one really, really good example that's fundamental. On this list of non-consistent, punishment is on this list most of the time. Sometimes people say it helps them be consistent, but most of the time they would describe some form of punishment that makes them non-consistent, like inconsistent about it, right? And yet when I asked them, how do you stay consistent with your current learning thing, the first thing they would say is, oh, I use punishment. And my first thought is like, what makes you think that your first method to use to gain consistency about language learning is to use a punishment-based system, when we just talked about how so many of the things that you list that you don't do consistently has punishment associated with them, right? And If you're wondering how often does this happen, it happens 9 out of 10 times. Like right now, if I took 10 of my last interactions, and those people are still consistent, by the way. These aren't deal breakers. It's one of many things, but they will rely on punishment to create consistency. And yet a large majority of their examples, when I asked them, oh, what are the things that you're not consistent in, they would be associated with punishment. Like what is that supposed to tell you? It's supposed to tell you that punishment doesn't work. And then they would argue, but it is working. I use Anki, and Anki yells at me every time and makes me forces me to study even more when I get something wrong. I'm like, okay, is it working? It's like, of course, yeah, it is working. It's like, okay, and are you consistent about it? It's like, yes. Come back in another year and tell me you're still consistent, because usually they're not going to be. And in my opinion, it's different if someone understands the nature of the punishment. So when I ask the person, do you think you're going to be consistent in a year from now using the same punishment system that Anki has, that they use, like they use it as a perceived punishment system, and if they are able to explain why it does work, then there's a chance they'll be consistent. If they say, oh, it just works, I don't know why it works, then likely not. Because one of the fundamentals is that if there are more things that punishment makes you stop doing, then the odds of a punishment system lasting for like forever, like sustainable, is unlikely. There's a big caveat though. You could use something long enough that you no longer need to use them, like you would move on beyond them. So the silver lining here is a lot of times people will use Anki and they would grind through the punishment long enough to reach their goal, and then they discard it, which is non-consistent. It's being consistent sufficiently enough to reach a goal. And I think most people, that's how they operate. So this laundry list of non-consistent things that they list are, they did it long enough where it outweighed the punishment. So like, for example, going on a diet, the punishment is you'll gain weight or something like that, right? So going on the diet for a year kept them from gaining weight long enough that they reached their goal, and then they quit it, and then they gain the weight back, right? Because weight management requires a lifelong, these are life skills. Consistency is built on life skills. So oftentimes I ask people about their life skills. Whenever they ask, how do you get consistent at language learning? What life skills do you have that are consistent right now? Ask yourself, those life skills that are consistent, what is preventing them from being more consistent? And what is allowing you for them to be consistent? Like gaming, for example. If you're gaming, what is letting you be consistent? Because if you want to know how Duolingo did it, they distill the essence of what creates consistency. So whenever someone like takes a dumpster on Duolingo for not teaching them anything, the first thing I would say is, if you want to know what Duolingo teach you first, is if something works for your consistency. If it doesn't work at all and you just like did it for 5 minutes and you weren't consistent, then I agree with you. Duolingo didn't do what it's supposed to. One of the first things that Duolingo will teach you is consistency. Like what helps you gain consistency in a very obvious one. So there are various things that makes it obvious. Things have to be easy, or perceived as easy. It has to give you feeling of progress. It needs to be visually novel forever. These are probably the first properties that you would need. And how do you be visual novel forever? Change up the animations on an annual basis or maybe a monthly basis before it forms a habit, right? and then you have no responding corrections. Which leads back to my first digression, like the points that I made like an hour ago. And that's probably one of the first things it teaches you, or it should teach you about yourself. I'm not saying Duolingo was out there to instruct and explain this. It's in their design. Like, the intent of Duolingo's design is to address this question first, not like the Japanese stuff. So oftentimes that's the discount. When you don't see it and you don't observe it, you might not have that problem at all. I think most people who don't see these things as, well, yeah, duh, that's what they do, they might not need it, or they might have no problems with this. So it doesn't mean you need to know this stuff if it's not a problem, right? Anyways, that's kind of how I feel about this. This is a swap up. All right, so let's go back to Bunpro. What time is it? 4:30 p.m. But that was our little like foray into the Kaiju Gator. Now we're gonna do our reviews and then move on, right? Move on to our HanziHero. That's all I wrote. Yep. All right. So we have 27 minutes before we get 12 more reviews. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, we have 3 grammar. Oh, that's the new ones. Naze, doshite, doshite, and nande, right? Nande. Those are our 3 grammar things, probably. Yeah.
どうして泣いているの？なんでこれも入れるんですか？なぜ水を買ったんですか？
あったんですか? Why did you buy water? Okay. And then those are our 3. Because we had like a missing 3 for some time. Okay, I corrected that. Alright. So we got 40 vocabulary words. Okie dokie. Let's see what 40 we have. Whoops.
この文の意味がわかりません。
Oh boy. Which okay are we thinking of? Formal?
妻、
Okay.
高すぎるものは買うな、夫。はい。
Hi. Each way. It's not ofuku. I really thought it was like journey and each way. I keep thinking each way meaning like in there and back, but it's one way. What is that? Oh no. Wait, hold up. One way, right? So is one in the thing? I think it's 1. And then Are we doing Hatsu? We doing Kata? Kata... What? Kata something. Oh, Katamichi.
家から学校まで片道2キロです。
I don't think we have multiple multiple words for this, do we? Oops.
昨日の誕生日パーティーには結構人が来ました。
あなたの誕生日はいつですか？
Ugh. One of two. I'm gonna go with Katai. Katai na. Oh.
私は固い言い方が好きではない。
The adjective. Oh, we don't need a
机の上
particle?
にリンゴが3個ある。
Oh, because of the... Okay. Fair enough.
この紙は薄いです。
What?
「旅行に行きたい」
Okay. I'm like, I don't know what I kept typing. This is 50-50. I'm gonna go with... Heck.
コンピューターを使う。
夫、2ヶ月前の喧嘩の話をするな。
どうやってこの単語の発音をしますか？
私の夫は外国人です。
このハンカチは母のものです。
私は日本に住んでいます。
Oh, really? Wait. Oh, interesting. What's...
彼の動きはぬるいです。
Oh no. It's good. For attach. Whoops.
私は嘘をつかない。
33%. This is 30%.
鼻水が止まる。
Wait, it's O? It's O. Wait. Oh, they wanted... Okay.
今日の夜ご飯を楽しみにする。
That's like a 33%. 50-50. Oh,
これは何の授業のレポートですか？
西の方へ行く。
50-50. You don't need...
私の好きな色は緑です。
I see.
父ととんかつを作る。
Oops, I forgot the ending.
歌を歌う。
Include the ending. 50-50?
その仕事はとても優しい。
急に発信ができる。
Okay, that was a 50-50 too.
私はお酒が大嫌いだ。
このテーブルは大きい。
この灰皿は誰の？
コンサートに行く。
今日は楽しかった？うん、すごく楽しかった。
私たちは兄弟です。
15で質問に答える。
Counter. We're using a counter here. Giveaway. That would have been a 50-50 if it wasn't a counter.
「こちらが私の弟です。
彼女の鼻は高いです。
トマトをスーパーで買う。
私は主婦なので毎日多くの家事をします。
That's a 50-50.
先生に質問をする。今お手紙のお返事を読んでもいいですか？
I guess otegami all there makes it a little bit more formal, so you could infer that, but it's not that consistent enough to be certain. We're good. I mean, it's a small review because yesterday was a big thing. Can I expand these if I click on it? No, I can't. So yeah, pretty short one, right? Today I wanted to see what I can use with the kaijugation. So I have an idea of what kaijugation is. Go kinda is like whack. It's a little whack. So these two, maybe we'll tackle different cram inputs in the future. The reading practice is gonna be interesting. I might do this on my free time. I don't know. I kind of like it. Although this wouldn't be that variants. I'll have to draw some comparisons when analyzing kotoba dash in the future. That got postponed because so much time I have to be able to do something. All right, so that's a wrap for Bunpro today. I wanted to talk about this little thing. It's an interesting thing. I like it. You can't. It's doing something you can't necessarily do elsewhere, which is what makes it a wonderful practice addition. Like, you could do it manually if you want. Like, oh, maybe you can. Hold up. So if you take the content, right? Oh, you could find a special. No. You could find a deck with just verbs and whatnot, maybe, or something like that. I could do something with that. But at this moment, the way I interact with Bunpro, Kaijugation does something that allows me to use it, and it's perfectly functional, right? I think oftentimes if I had to make a comment about how people view tools these days, they typically talk about it goes back to the whole response and correction thing. They look at comprehensiveness as a response for correctness, as opposed to using analytical skills to curate what is sufficient and good enough, or what have you. So whenever someone says something like, oh, you shouldn't use Bunpro, X, the magical app X does it better, and I'm like, okay, that's great, but you didn't explain to me how you know whether if Bunpro is good enough, right, and can be better for it because I'm doing more work. Like, that's kind of the idea behind my discussions about kaijugation, that like the analyses of kaijugation. Understanding what it can do for you, what it can't do for you, and what you're able to do for yourself is necessary for comparative analyses and constructive criticism, as well as providing advice and recommendation. When someone comes at me and say, oh, you know, the first year, so you're using Duolingo, it doesn't do anything for you, and I'm like, I beg to differ. Like, may I ask you what makes you believe that? And then they would say things that aren't in Duolingo, and I agree with them, and yet I still disagree with them that Duolingo does nothing, because it obviously does something. So that's kind of what I mean. It's comments like that that speaks volumes on what level of critical thinking skills I'm working with. That's not to say that they can't get along with all the people else who like want to think the way they do. The idea is there's reality and observational skills that require practice. So one of them is looking at a product and saying, oh, this feature is not in there, so it's obviously bad. Like, well, you're supposed to compare it with what feature is in there and not in there, and then if it's sufficient for you to use. So today was an exercise for myself personally, and maybe I made it about an overall thing, what I can use. The whole goal is to understand what I can use for that. And when I was doing cram the first time using the reading practice, I was interacting with it in a different manner. Like, the input type is different, right? Oh, well, they call it input here. So reading was a different engagement. I used different skills, different sets to interact with reading, and then I elicit what I would typically do in input in the reading section. This is very similar to other forms of practice. The idea is you have to understand what it does and what it doesn't do before you can offer criticisms on whether it is good for you or bad for you. or bad for someone else or not good enough for someone else. And I wanted to emphasize that because typically when I talk about things, it's usually I do things and I make them work. So typically they're good enough. If they're not good enough, then I would supplement or complement them. Rarely do I sit there and complain and feel self-entitled to having things that works. I understand other people don't have time to waste for that, and they don't have money to waste according to them and whatnot. For myself, the asset about having privileges, like I do concede that I'm quite a privileged person, and I got to this position not because everything was hand over fist wanting my satisfaction. I got to this position, in my opinion, based on making things work. And the reason why I still take stock in my abilities to make things work is largely because I'm a problem solver. I like solving problems. If you think that life is going to constantly pander to you, keep staying on the internet, in my opinion. Like, the internet is there. They are done, I mean, for better or for worse, targeted advertisements, targeted programming, all those things will create a bubble that you might be able to be sufficient in spending life counterbalancing, right? You go to work, nothing about work is enjoyable, but when you come home and you consume the internet, all of it is enjoyable. It's an act of balance. You can still balance a lifestyle like that. For myself, if I go to work, I love work. Like, my passion for work balances out to a positive. When I come home, if I'm studying, I love studying. When I do, like, if I have to learn something, I have to love learning it overall, right? I'm not saying I love everything about everything I do. Overall, I prefer a lifestyle that things work. I make it work. If they are terrible, I learn how to make them less terrible, because that is priceless, at least to me. Other people could say they're wasting their time, and that's perfectly fine, right? When they need someone to solve a problem, or they don't want to solve the problem themselves, there's a demand for that, and I suppose that's kind of what I'm working up to. Maybe another year or two, another additional year or two, I could come up with something in my own image. Until then, right, that's a wrap for our Bunpro look at the Kaiju Gator thing with a bit of a 2.5 hour digression. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right, as always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself, give it a go, give it a try. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, mutually encourage each other, share in each other's accolades, right? Discussion is the fruit of problem solving and critical thinking skills. Until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, and walk around a little bit, and I'll be back for my HanziHero session. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第424天 is day 424. We got one character that we cherry picked yesterday. We're being a little bit more lenient lately as we're closing up our HSK group characters. Sure. Which sure? That's a little big. That's fine. And big. So we're thinking about the big clue. The pages that lead to another clue, a big clue, big break. Maybe a document from the office building. Okie dokie. Let's get into our lessons.
弥补
弥补. We got the the filling, and filling is weak. Fill, 弥补, and patch to make up for. That's fair. Fill and patch up to make up for.
弥补饲料
饲料 feed 料 food or material. I was thinking food because of the feed context.
饲料暴风骤雨
暴风骤雨 violent wind 骤雨 Zhou is new. Trotting rain. Interesting. Trot's kind of vigorous. Oh, you know what? Trot has a directional to it too. Kind of gives you that angular imagery. 暴风暴风骤雨
暴风骤雨上瘾
上瘾瘾 addiction. Oh, to be addicted. Okay.
上瘾皱纹
皱纹 a wrinkle pattern. One is kind of
皱纹
so is Joe actually for being new.
弥补饲料暴风骤雨
Yep, that's pretty weak.
皱纹上瘾
All right, next one.
硬凉
阴凉 shade and cool. Yeah.
硬凉皱眉头
皱眉头 you have your shade. Wrinkling the eyebrows, head or face. or just this part. So, okay.
皱眉头，
which is a frown.
鞭打，
鞭打 whip. Okay, whip and hit. Okay. 鞭打
鞭打，捶打，
捶打捶 thumping and then hitting. Yeah, okay.
捶打，天罗地网，
天罗地网 so the heaven law gauze earth net. Okay, like a gauze or a net that covers both heaven and earth, which is an inescapable net. Escape room. That's kind of cute. 天罗地网
天罗地网，
Okay.
硬梁，
Ying is kind of weak.
鞭打，皱眉头，天罗地网，捶打，
Alright, next one.
拧开，
拧开 twist open. Fair enough. 拧开
拧开，开膛，
开膛 Yeah, disembowel. Fair enough. Open the chest.
开膛，饥不择食，
饥不择食 starving but starving but choose food. Oh, interesting. Beggars can't be choosers. Man, some of these are fantastic. I kind of want to... Now I kind of want to learn the characters through like common sayings, you know, like idioms. 饥不择食 择 is the weak. G is probably the newest, but 择 is weak. Okay. 饥不择食
饥不择食，要，
要 What in the triple boombox is that? Oh, is that what why Kagi looks? Let me look at Kagi for a moment. Kagi. Oh, wow. Oh, that's a difference. That is a definitely different take on that. I mean, I doubt they're equivalent, but I think this is the only time I've ever seen. I don't know if I've ever seen triple anything. Oh, but there are two of them. Huh, I wonder what plead is in Japanese. Did they replace it with both too? I don't see anything remotely like it. So probably not. So it's not a interchangeable thing. Alright. But that's the only triple... Oh no! We have Spirit, that's right. Yao, you say. Okay. Yoshi is in the bathroom of the barn. Sure. Looking for a key that he lost. He finds a metal teepee in the corner near the manure that he digs through. All he finds is a strange looking 3-speaker boombox. On top of the toilet. Oh, they're in the bathroom. On top of the toilet is a booklet about cows that he flips through and finds the key between the 2 pages, which drops into the toilet before he can grab it. I mean, he could just be looking through and found the booklet and the boombox and found the key in there. But the toilet thing, though, guess we'll give it a go here. He searched everywhere, I guess, and then now he found himself in the toilet or in the bathroom. Gong Yao. Fair enough. Private key. Oh, that a public key and private key. Interesting. 次要.
要
That sounds like a very technical key.
囧
Jiong. 九. Another pour. That kind of looks like 菌 mixed with a that is rough. 囧. Wait, is this my first 囧? I don't think I've ever heard of a 囧. Hold up. Is this my first 囧? Is this the only 囧? Oh no, there are 2 囧. Wait. I swear I haven't heard this combination before. Jimmy is never at the temple. I've never heard Jimmy at the temple before. Yep, that's our first 囧. Oh, this is probably this, I think 2 is the lowest count of a sound that I can think of. There's still 灭, no, 略. 略 might be singular right now. I take it back. There are only a couple sound combinations together that I only have one example of. And 略 is one of them. There might be 灭 is another one. Now we have 囧, but it looks like 囧has 2. Interesting. It's so weird when you hear a sound for the first time. Like, they're still unique sounds. This is a unique sound. There's no example though. Jimmy Neutron is in the basement of the temple where he has become a poor beggar. Yeah, we're not using that. Jimmy Neutron is in the basement of the temple where he is trying to help out the poor monks. He's trying to help out what he thinks are poor monks. He thinks he designed a special mobile container that helps rake stuff up and organizes them without having to waste time speaking to them by word of mouth. It ends up being more trouble than the monks thought by simply raking and communicating through mouth. Okay. Oh, yeah. Because they're, poor monks. Ironic poor.
囧，拧开，饥不择食，开膛，囧，要，
All right. What else we
懒
got? La. La works. Take on as opposed to look at. Okay. Legolas is in the basement of the pawn shop where he's trying to take on the jailer and the walking. Oh yeah, they walk. We're at the other end of the basement. Why? Because they are just to give him the finger telling him that. Oh, okay. So Legolas is in the basement of the pawn shop where he is taking on guard duty with the jailer, with the resident jailer for people they saw with their eyes that try to lift secondhand goods with their sticky fingers, so to speak. Okay.
懒，
Wait. They call this kind of weird
B.
phrase. E. I don't see a B, but I do see a death. And why isn't this death again? I don't remember why this is not being used as death. Did I use death? Yes, I did use death multiple times. Okay. So we got a shredder and death. Alright. Bigfoot is in the bathroom of the house where he finds a shredder. Where he uses a shredder to repurpose some vegetables. Some vegetables. Gentle Giant, some vegetables that have died in order to use the dead to recycle dead material as fertilizer for the garden he is maintaining outside. Shredder. Ooh, to execute by firing squad. Changbi. Okay. I have
B.
heard that phrase before. Sure, that word anyways.
贪，
Ooh, to be paralyzed. So wait, why does this suspiciously look like paralyzed. B. Ton B. Probably ton B. Wait, what was under B? Huh. Don't recall yet. Tarzan is in front of the pawn shop where he's trying to sneak in. Outside the pawn shop entrance is a lookout tower with a turkey in it. Tarzan gets too close, the turkey blows a snot at. Okay. Alright. Tarzan is in front of the pawn shop where he is being entrusted to act as a guard. Lookout tower for any suspicious people. He noticed that there is a wandering turkey near the lookout tower that seems to be paralyzed and having snot nose. He tries to help the poor thing. The lookout tower and take care of it in addition to his guard duties and aid it with secondhand goods. The pawn shop. We're just getting a little too elaborate these days. Anyways. Give me one. Oh, just kidding. It's... Wait. One is sickness? Holy... Okay, it didn't even line up with B. Okay.
贪
Man.
纵
Oh. Rice dumplings. Wait. Is this the... No. It's not. Zong. There is a zong, and it's a weak zong, actually. Zong on the right is very weak. And it's so so early on too. Where to be the zong? Oh, it's actually not that early on. Oh, it's kind of early. Wait. Am I going crazy? I thought it was Zong. Or is it Zong? Oh, it's Zong for religion. Not that early. Okay. Rice dumpling, huh? Zelda's in the bathroom of the temple, where she works with the female monks to make rice dumplings. In the piping. Wow, piping is a weird word when you look at it. Piping hot bathroom hot spring. Oh, the temple, yeah. They stand outside the hot spring, stuffing rice that is stacked on an altar into the small little Triforce container. We'll just use container. Which then they put in the hot spring. After a while, they take out the container and crack them open. Inside are delicious rice dumplings. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I think rewriting Dollhouse as a container is pretty much because it's almost consistently being used as a container. That's how I see it, anyways. Oh, right. Roll 中. Interesting. 粽子. Hmm.
纵 棒
Bong. That does look like a bong. Oh, we got pound. Is this a Chinese pound or a pound? I've seen the mnemonic. The meaning of pound here is a unit or measure of weight. Okay. Are we talking about a British pound? 7 pounds. Art Simpson is in the bathroom of the chapel, being forced by the sea captain to move stones from one end of the top bathroom to the other. Only once he has moved hundreds of pounds of stones will the sea captain end his punishment. For his crime, he stole a pound of holy bread from the... Alright, I got you. I like it. T-bang. That's... I wonder if there's a significance behind 7 pounds.
Bang.
It kind of sounds like pound. Like,
懒 贪 棒 纵
there is rice in it. That's kind of nice. Lovely. Lovely.
必
Alright. This set was pretty good. It was a questionable one earlier. Okay, let's get into it. Our freebies. Components are largely freebies. Largely. Alright.
尾 我 呸
That one's questionable. Very questionable.
行
That one's kind of questionable too. Ah, dang it.
动 时
This one's kind of questionable too.
雨
Oh, that's a typo.
线
Questionable.
造
Questionable. Petuous. Right. This is questionable too.
摇 遭
Oh no, sure. I typed the wrong thing there. I was testing sure.
连
This is questionable the last couple days. I kept typing xian instead of lian right away.
运
Questionable.
量
Pretty good. Boy howdy. Wait. Why do I think this is... Okay.
,了
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, hold up. Oh, it's not. No, just kidding. Ah, this is questionable.
超
Okay. Hold. Mm,
减 取 西
what? Oh, that's knee.
木
Questionable. It's new. I remember it, but it's very questionable later. Although we're gonna get Sumu tomorrow.
囊
The meaning might be lost for none. What? Hmm.
懂
That's questionable. Makes me wanna type go for some reason. Oh no, wait.
香
Inlay is whack. Pretty whack. This one's rough too. Because of the meaning.
在
Already had a weakness with this not too long ago. What's going on here? Okay. What? Is this not the palace yet? Oh, Dian. Oh, dearie me, Dian. The seaweed is where I get lost. Alright. Going with Lord's Palace, right? That's kind of how we're gonna have to do it. I don't... What's happening here? It's S. Okay. I think we might need a S. That's that needs reform.
魔
Yo, what? Dang it. What is this? It's not that. Oh, it's not sure. Yay.
细 横
This Prance? Prance is so weak right now.
岁
That's pretty weak.
汉
New.
变
Excuse me.
废 绝
More so chew, right? Okay. How does arrogant lead to chew? The mnemonic is more like nobility. Striding around looking for something to do. Ooh. My happening there. It's gone. Dang it. Hold. Trying to realize that weapon is not putting out here. And this thing here too. Resolute. I'm okay with it in the vocabulary word. Whether this is gonna stay okay as a character standing is kind of rough.
T
I really thought it was Chia. Chia was the first thing, right?
Gay
Okay.
奢
What the heck? Oh, extravagant. Okay.
盖 轴
It's not. It's not? Huh.
意 见
Hmm. What? Whoops, that's
四郎
oh no, Trey. What is that, Trey?
尬 薛
It's chai, okay. Firewood? Okay. I don't know what type of like a vegetable. Pretty sure. Mushroom. Okay. Am I grinding to this? No, I didn't.
Qiao
I swear this is eternal. Okay. Okay. Oh no. That's shy.
坠
What?
Xu
So we reclaiming land, right? But that's not. Huh. Oh,
肯
I typed kan, probably. Dal. What in the world? What in the world?
筛
Oops. I before E.
倒 回
That's a weird one.
倒
Ugh. Uh.
粘
Yo, what? Huh?
星
Oh, is this income or like core? Okay, okay. Fine. It was either income or core. I guess should just go with it there.
满
But that was woo. Oh no, that's Hui.
摇扩
You what? Yo. What is that? Okay. No idea right now.
静 弱 柴
Uh. Hmm. No idea. Nope, this is definitely one for the books. Oh, attacking grapes. No. That needs work. Turn upward. Turn up. Oh. Oh, pool. Pool. Not. It is a pool though. I can link this. Oh, this is way.
会谱
It's a shame I didn't get tall from that. Like paired up with tall. Pool tall. This one is a pass. I have no anything to hang on
韩
to
国
at the
我不想
moment.
去韩国。
Heck, all I wanted to type is Xian. That doesn't scream Xian, does it? Nope. Ah! Maybe it does. Wait. What's going on? I really thought that's Shi. Oh, okay. Just kidding.
后缀
不同的后缀表达不同的意思。
平庸
这部电影很平庸。
乔装
他乔装成警察。
兼任
他在公司兼任部门经理。
What the heck? Oh, sure. Oh.
腐蚀
酸能腐蚀金属。
庙会
这场庙会每年都很热闹。
Why am I... Wait.
祈祷
在困难的时候，我们常常祈祷。
闪烁
他的笑容闪烁着一丝神秘。
Oh, 要谢。The heck?
瓦窑
瓦窑的温度必须维持恒定。
海狮
海狮喜欢吃鱼。
打搅
对不起，我不想打搅你。
How you stir up? Disrupt? Stir up is fine. Or disturb. Disrupt is fine. I was gonna say stir up. Stir up is kind of taking that a little literal.
侵蚀
河水侵蚀了河岸。
Mian is still weak.
棉纱
这些棉纱很软。
后天
后天是假日。
Or after day after. Hmm.
弱点
每个人都有自己的弱点。
舵手
舵手负责掌握方向。
What? Oh, is it Gao Jie? No, wait. Why do I want to type Holang? That doesn't seem right. Oh no.
咳嗽
他一直在咳嗽。
告诫
医生告诫他不要吃太多甜食。
全身
全身的健康检查。
Or the whole body. Fine. Whole body. Same difference.
脸色
他的脸色变得很惊讶。
Oh no.
尴尬，
回答这个问题让我尴尬。
What? What? Oh, dang it.
幻想，
他喜欢幻想未来。
偏僻，
这家店开在一个偏僻的街道。
This is 网格，网络，not 略，络。Do I want to change law? Not really. Lao Dao.
唠叨，
It's pursue or expel. Pursue in a way of like or like could get rid of them. Pursue. Hmm.
堕入，
他堕入了爱情的漩涡。
网络，
网络地址，
政坛，
他在政坛上很有名气。
无忧无虑，
旅途中，我感到无忧无虑。
Like not pay attention. Carefree, yeah.
"党魁，
这位党魁常常忽视民众的声音。
What? Okay. Gonna need to round up some stuff there. Oh.
插嘴，
你可以等一下，别插嘴。
Just like interrupt, yeah. Like you're digging in with or cutting in, yeah. Okay. What? Oh. Or gush out. Difference. What did I type? Ja. Okay. I don't remember. Still.
堡垒，
这是一个古老的堡垒。
Okay. What's happening here? Oh.
可嘉，
他的努力是非常可嘉的。
风水，
风水先生，
涌出，
眼泪从他的眼中涌出。
鱼鳍，
他的缴费已经逾期了。
船舱，
船舱里面积很大。
That doesn't seem right. I had an idea, and now it's gone. Wait.
驱逐，
他因为违反规定而被驱逐。
Okay. Okay.
范畴论，
数学家们用范畴论解决复杂的问题。
Heck? Heck? Okay.
手腕，
他的手腕好小啊。
Where does the spray come? Oh, 氯气。
诧异，
我诧异他为什么没有生气。
酵母，
酵母是一种微生物。
婉拒，
我婉拒了他的礼物。
Politely decline. I mean, it's fair enough. There is an emphasis on it being polite. Okay. And decline.
提起，
一提起这事，他就冒火。
To like mention. Okay. I'm combining. I'm mixing up another tea. Wrong tea. Dirt tea. Pretty sure it's 氯气。
氯气，
空气滤器可以净化空气。
全部，
他们全部是学生。
Heck.
“首饰”
这些首饰都是手工制作的。
Like jewelry / decoration, like, okay, ornament. Okay, fair enough. I wanted to immediately type Shun. Does that make sense?
绅士”
绅士应该尊重每一个人。
Excuse me. Oh, gentlemen?
鱼钩”
我需要一个新的鱼钩。
海军”
我想加入海军。
Eh?
肺脏”
他有健康的肺脏。
肾脏”
我们都有2个肾脏。
舌头”
我咬到了我的舌头。
That doesn't seem right. Okay. Huh. This is like cement or viscous. Okay. Oh. What is Cho? Wait. Cho? Okay.
“训斥”
他受到爸爸的训斥。
Or not gentle, but gentleman. Gentry. Mew.
粘稠，
这个汤很粘稠。
红壤，
红壤常见于热带地区。
扑克，扑克，扑克. That's poker, isn't it? Hold. Think
怯
so.
场，
第一次上台很容易怯场。
Say what? That doesn't seem right. Okay, that's. I feel like it's Chong R E. Oh, that's two. R2, not Chong R2. Chong R2. R2.
咽喉，
这种药可以治疗咽喉炎。
扑克，
你会玩扑克吗？
What's happening here?我昨天看到了一场车 that 什么鬼？看到什么鬼？Okay, hold up. And that is whole misfortune. Fortune. I don't know where the misfortune is coming from, so we're gonna have to. Yeah, I don't know what that has to do with misfortune. Oh, I do know. But is that good enough? I know we're gonna have to double check. This one was not me listening to myself.
匆匆而去，
他接到电话后匆匆而去了。
Like left in a hurry.
驼兽，
这匹驼兽正在山路上行走。
喜帖，
你寄出了喜帖吗？
爬上，
山太高了，我没爬上去。
车祸，
我昨天看到了一场车祸。
谦逊，
学习要保持谦逊。
The heck?
唾沫，
地板上有几滴唾沫。
横向，
这扇门横向打开。
尖锐，
请小心使用尖锐的物品。
不堪，
街道脏乱不堪。
野生，
一只野生的猫攻击了我。
What? Oh, yeah.
韵文，
英文。
逊色，
这本书的质量并不逊色。
The negative pivot.
谬论，
那本书里有很多谬论。
That. I think I'm missing a E, right? Yeah.
纺纱，
他正在纺纱。
纺织品，
这块纺织品非常。
Okay. What?
搁置，
计划搁置并不意味着放弃。
Or shelf? Yeah, okay. Fair enough. What? Oh, nope. That's not it. Can be called. It's fine. G crush. How to G crush?
击溃，
军队在战场上击溃了敌军。
堪称，
这次比赛堪称经典。
宪兵，
宪兵是军队中的特殊单位。
It's like army, police, military. It's fine. Okay.
不妨，
你有空的话，不妨来看看我。
like unable, might as well. Okay. Like unable to resist, basically, like, or like no reason to not. No reason to not.
恭喜，
恭喜你考上了大学。
Yeah, no reason to not. What did they say? Might as well in the pub. Okay. I'll take the 3. There's maybe 1 or 2 additional ones. Okie dokie. Getting there, getting there. Okie dokie. So, what is today like? Today was okay. Outside of the... Yeah. Yao. Yao is very unique. Yao. Lan. Zhong. B. Oh, this one's probably the weakest. Jiu. An. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? And it's gone. Yin Liang. Mibu. Mibu. Something like Bao Feng. Bao Feng. So Bao Feng Zhou Yu. No, Bao Feng Zhou Yu. Zhou Wen. Alright. Yeah, Zhou Wen. Xiang what? Xiang Ying. Bian Da. Jiao Mei. Jiao Mei Tou. Trade Da. Ning Kai. Ji Bu. Ji Bu choose. Ji Bu Ze. Ji Bu Ze Shi. Kai Tang. Tian Luo. Tian Luo Di Wan. Tian Luo Di Wan. Okay. We got Yoshi, bathroom, barn, helping out Mario to find stuff. Ended up finding a TP dumped in the corner of the bathroom. Looked through it. Looked through it, found some boon boxes and a booklet. Ended up finding the key there, a metal key there. Alright, we got Bart Simpson, bathroom, chapel, sea captain. Sea captain forcing him to carry back and forth a bunch of rocks. 1,000 pounds of rocks because as punishment for stealing stuff from the chapel. Okay, we got Legolas, basement, pawn shop. Cooperating with a jailer. Jailer has something underneath, right? It's the dish. Or, I guess, fish or net. Jailer. Keeping an eye, right? Seeing anyone who's picking on anyone. Got their fingers. Pilfering fingers. Okay, we got Zelda. Bathroom. Oh, Zelda, hot spring, temple. Like a container with the rice goods. A place to make some rice dumplings and have them offer them on an altar for guests. Okay, we got Bigfoot's bathroom, house, where he takes out a shredder. Oh, I think shredder is more like this. Shredder, so that he can repurpose a bunch of things that died in the yard, act as manure. Oh, it's left, right stroke. That's fine. It's not in the same direction. Me Neutron. Basement. First time. Basement. Temple. Thought the monks had pity on the monks, but what really happened is he tried to design a special mobile container, do all the raking for them. That they don't have to communicate with them, and turns out more work than it should be. Tarzan, front of pawn shop, in his lookout tower. Saw a unfortunate turkey that appears to be paralyzed and having snot running everywhere. Takes him in, right, into the lookout tower. Try to help him out with secondhand goods. Okay. Something about is just not clicking anymore. Yep, no, that's it. Okay. It's similar. Probably pair it up with Yi or B. B or Yi. No. B is something else. You could link it up with B. Probably B4, isn't it? And then pool. Oh man, pool was disappointing. I couldn't recognize which pool it was. Grapes. Oh, pool tall. Pool tall. Tall is the matching character. Hua. No, Hua. Hua is weak. What was Hua? Wait, I don't know what the bottom part of it is. Is it just oh no. Oh, I didn't write it out. Did you know? What was that? Misfortune? Okay. So alright, yeah. We use yeah. But there's the oh no, it's not paired up with that. I guess we can do use. So SpongeBob is in the bathroom of the house where he is. Oh, that's a hook? Alright. Janky hook, huh? Okie dokie, so he is using a Slender Man. To be helpful by providing different types, I don't know, different types of helpful with the under people, helping him with setting up hooks for the bathroom door, I suppose. However, and every time he similarly drops things over and over again, aggravating the slender people trying to set up with the core hooks. Using, let's say, or setting up hooks used for bathroom. 4. Kind of weak. Yeah, pool, toll. Pu Tao, I mean Pu Tao. It's okay in the vocabulary, but let's try to make the trellis. Popeye is inside the house where he and Tarzan, for example, setting up different containers. Different things to grow grapes for their different structures. To grow, to flower, to grow, I don't know, grape flowers, or maybe like for the flowering of grapes. Popeye has a container to make a trellis. Tarzan has some clay pots to place the flowers in. Okay. That's pretty decent. Oh, misfortune. How do we do this? How do we get Jawbone in? Yeah, the Jawbone is such a throwaway. Makes me think of Wall as well. Hulk is in the bathroom office building where he suit though. I don't want to start using it figuratively. Where he is trying to figure out if his suit complemented his or countered the misfortune of finding out that his office colleagues think his suit poorly complements his, I don't know, his robust jawbone. At the bathroom mirror. Finds the misfortune that he agreed. Ew. Oof. Okay. I'm not sure misfortune's gonna. The only I guess I wouldn't say car accident that way, but okay. So car accidents, right? So what? Linking this with a very similar looking one. How do I do a pot? Gotta be, yeah. Okay. Pretty sure. Yeah. Oh, for great. So you incorporate both of them. And to use, maybe I can incorporate Yoshi somehow too. Yeah. Use. It's fine though, for now. All right, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. Pretty good, pretty good. What time is it? 40, not bad. All right, folks, that's a wrap for my HanziHero session today. If you're gonna watch this later, xie. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by. Yap, discuss, catch up, encourage each other, right? Discuss, mutually exchange, encourage each other in each other's achievements. Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. See you guys later. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for P5X. Thank you, thank you.
ブラック
Alright, folks, welcome back. It is our 41st session of P5X. I mentioned earlier that we would be coming over like a kind of like the midpoint or the end stuff of the Lunar New Year patch, which was 3.3. So this is a continuation of it, which we have the return of Mesa, right? Which again, Mesa we're skipping over and we'll continue to skip over. We're actually skipping over. I'm still having a debate on whether I'm gonna skip over Violet or not as a bless source, because I don't actually have a bless damage source. Anyways, that will be in less than a week from now actually. And then this is where we start the Lunar New Year quiz rally. I actually did one of the quiz rallies earlier. It was yesterday's, but each day we'll have a new quiz rally. Nice way to get more metajoules. Right, so here it is. Every single day until I guess the day before the end, or 2 days before the end of the period. This first one, I think you can see all of them, yeah. So you can see the answers, and it deals with the characters. So Yaoling, right? Yaoling Li, or Li Yaoling is from Sichuan's area, and it's kind of imbued in her storyline, which she deals with like combining spiciness things in terms of tea and food, play to that Sichuan situation. And then Underground Mall, there's no diner. You visit the Underground Mall quite a lot. This is interesting that I don't know how it, I'm guessing maybe shopping is part of the nature of things. And then of course, when does Lunar New Year begin? It's February 17th. January 1st would be the Gregorian calendar one, and it's rarely lines up with January 1st. Rarely ever. Does it ever get close to March 3rd? Not really. Most of the time is in February. Although it's kind of funny because the Lunar New Year patch this year was March 4th. So I know that because March 4th is also my birthday. Anyways, so that's kind of the nature. So we have that going for us. And of course, fireworks filled out. We're just going to launch some fireworks. But today, the reason why I'm coming back is because the event story was also locked behind until today. So we have 3 little mini sequences with, I'm guessing, with Yaoling. So we'll go look at them now. And then we'll do the new boss battle. So Nian Shou's second form, the, what is this called? The Lair. Is this really what this form is called? Yeah, Larimore must be some sort of gem or something, because the other one's onyx. And then this is amber. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with what Larimar or Lorimer or Larry Mer Lorimar is. But I'm guessing it deals with the color, right? The color. I thought this was azure or something, you know, like maybe even sapphire or aquamarine, something like that. And then there's one more pivot, so they're gonna do it at the last 3 days or something, because this goes up to the 15th. And the 15th is 3 days from now, so there's last day. We're not going to cover the last Nian Shou, the Amber one, but we'll do a little bit of all the updates here. Let's start by doing the quiz rally. What is this? What is Yumi Shina's job? Oh, they're asking about Yumi because Yumi is the part of Yao Ling's accomplished, but it's not quite. I wouldn't call it. She kind of does a lot. It's bartender then, but she's kind of an entertainer. So like, it's not clear what she actually does because it's traditional, so it's like an entertainer thing. Like she could have played music as well. So that's a little. That was a 50-50 on my. What social stats can be increased in a bath house in Yongjin? How is this going to be pronounced? Because there's no just ja. I guess jaya. Anyways, it would be charm, of course. Get more charm, and then what do people put in the gift envelopes that are given to children? The hongbao, right? Hongbao during a Lunar New Year, obviously money. All right, cool. Get more stuff to give away, and the envelope stuff you could hit a cap. So you hit caps very early. So we already hit the cap for that. Besides the envelopes, handing out the envelopes. And you can get 2 more envelopes from here, which we have to launch some fireworks. Might as well launch some fireworks in a bit as a prolonged, delayed celebration. Let's see. Let's go do the shooting challenges. So let's clear up the shooting challenges first. You only need to get a platinum on the endless mode. So we'll do that. What are our modifiers again? Score multiplier, and then what was the other one? Gradual damage. Or we use a clear. Multi-target, or I mean, this is continuous damage is just kind of nice. All right. And then I think it was Q and R, right? It was Q and R. Okay. Well, let's get back into this. Willy Weasels will appear on the stage. When defeated, they will drop fireworks. When fireworks are destroyed, they will deal heavy. Oh, okay. I don't remember that being a... There's an equivalence there. Oh, it's Q and E. Ah, okay. I see. Aw, they're cute. Okay. 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 It's basically just spamming constantly. Alright, let's just play the next one. Cat burglar will appear on the stage. They move fast. If destroyed, they will reward a large amount. Okay. 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 Dang it. Oh, I thought they were gonna appear right away. Alright. Can we get 3 modifiers? Did you just spam even harder? No. Okay. Alright. I think that's satisfied. Do we have a new thing? Okay. 年兽 minions will appear. When defeated, they will drop firecracker. Okay. Oh, they're just probably hardier. Okay.
バイバイしよう。君の好きなドリンク何でも作っちゃう。
Alright. Are we at the... Oh, we're not. We have one more thing. Nianshou will appear. It will appear when you have earned 800. When defeated, it awards a large amount and destroys all of the target. 3 Nianshou minions will appear along with the Nianshou. The Nianshou will be immune to damage until the minion has been defeated. Alright, I see. Still a big octopi. Octopies. Oh, that's underwhelming. Oh. I screwed up! I was aiming at the... I thought I was aiming at... Wow, that's hardy as heck. Oh. I'm out of ammo. Okay, infinite ammo. Arguable. Okay. Oh, my fingers. So, is there any chance we get triple? Oh, okay. Alright, so we just need platinum. How do we know how much is platinum? Don't know. There is no indicator whether it's what is a platinum score. Maybe it's indicated as the game is as it's going. We'll see. It's okay. Like they're passively like being missed, so I don't have to like keep going. That's kind of good. Because I don't want to... I know you can hold down the stuff, but it's slightly faster to, yeah, I can't keep clicking. It's kind of fun to click as fast as possible, but okay. Uh-oh. Okay. What? It's my brain is turning into mush. Overstimulation. I imagine the platinum threshold is relatively low, like the last one, so I'll just go until we naturally hit the end. Because we lose like 2 or 3 every big guy. Oh, I'm out of ammo.
君だけサポートを任せてくださいね。何でも任せてね。君だけサポートを任せてくださいね。お姉さんに何でも任せてね。君だけサポートを任せてくださいね。お姉さんに何でも任せてね。君だけサポートを任せてくださいね。お姉さんに何でも任せてね。君だけサポートを任せてくださいね。お姉さんに何でも任せてね。
Okay. That's okay timing. Was there a shooting counter requirement? I don't think so, right? Oh, I accidentally shot too much. I saw the counter go up pretty high. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's timing. That timing is bad news bears. Oh, that's quite not good. Alright. Okay. Fast 20. We got 13 left. It's kind of funny because I'm like counting down. Okay. Oh, you can definitely preserve your like your shooting combo to like increase the bonus. Four left. Okay. Alright. Oh, we only... Yeah, this... There we go! It's a bit of, you know, cathartic overstimulation. Nothing too scary. Alright, we collected our stuff and the badge, right? There we go. That's everything. Still gotta get our stories. What we needed to do. Alright. Let's do our other form of interaction. Larimore version? Alright. So did they change up the modifiers? I don't think they did. Okay. So no strategist. Okay. Okay. How do we do it without any strategists? Honestly? Oh, this is probably fire damage, actually. And
我々の力が必要なようですね。退屈させるんじゃないぞ。任せてくれて嬉しいよ。
wait. Oh, right, no strategist. Just dump more points, I guess.
我々の力。なんだこの力は。
Right, we're gonna use the freedom set. Sweeper. That should be good. Okay. Okay. Clearing the normal ones shouldn't take too long to unlock the challenge. Yeah, man, there's a lot of leakage Oh, I'm doing this one. Oh! Oh, those guys are new. So now we have to figure out... which one we should target. I think there's a defensive one in there. Don't remember which one though. Clearly there are two weaker ones, so we might have to target the weaker ones. Wait, how is he down for the count when there's still one up? Oh, is it because of the spark powder? Okay. The Nianshou looks amazing. Like, that's such a great persona. Great looking persona. Wait, I don't think I needed that. It's fine. Oh, I remember like delaying this. Okay. Trying to remember what I did for the Onyx one. Right, there's another stock. Poor guy. Oh, I thought I could. Oh, it only affects him. Oh, it is this guy. Okay. So it's this guy that I'm gonna be focus firing when we do the level 41. That's the guy I'm looking for, the defensive one. Okay, next one. We have strategists on this one. I just want to swap in very quickly, right? That's it, super fast. Quick swap in, go. This track is so good. Alright. Oh, wait. Did I... Oh, no, I did select Nightmare. I was like, oh, did I forget to select Nightmare? Alright, we're fine. They're negating elemental damage in this one, but I relying on Almighty, so
誰も傷つけさせない。
強め追い風を今
no
ここに
effect.
ヘルソラーディオニュソス受けてみろ。
制裁の時間だ。ナイス見せてやろう。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
お迎えだ。しゃいって
オッケ
して
ー。
か。アマルテや。
ミッシッシン。コードアップロード中。
お迎え
スタンバイ完了。
アマルテや。凍りつけ。
大技発動チャンス。我らの力を貸しましょう。
Deja vu, right?
咲き誇りなさい。受けてみなさい。
Oh, she didn't crit that time
ペル
though.
ソナいただいていく。
No, we don't have to trigger
すぐに排除します。
the auto
来て
and just follow it afterwards.
誰も傷つけさせない。
咲き誇りなさい。強め追い風を今ここに。準備完了だ。
ドミニオン
私に
い
任せろ。
ただいていく。
大技発動チャンス。ミッシッシン。私の出番。パスワード排除。ずいぶんと抗ってはいたようだが。見せてやろう。行くぞジュスティーノ。すぐに排除します。
Hey.
先を急ごう。
Alright. Yay. So, I think that's all. Oh no, there's still one more. That's just the other. Oh, no strategist. Okay.
人暴れしますよ。
Okay.
さっさと行くぞジュスティーヌ。ええ、早く片付けてしまいましょう。敵発見。湧き上がれ。値段は禁物だぞ。スープをごちそうしますね。
準備はいい？アマル誰も傷つけさせない。ヘルソラーシュルト。これでどうだ。
制裁の時間だ。ナイス。その調子でやっちゃって。
Yeah. So this guy.
ペルソナ。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
Ooh, that's not enough damage though. Hmm. Yeah, the parasol. The parasol is problematic.
パスワード排除。出番ね。モンポ今です。ペルソナデュオ。
アマルテや。凍りつけ。ヘルソラーディシュヌ受けてみろ。
大技発動チャンス。我らの力を貸しましょう。
お迎えだ。
ペルソナ行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。制裁の時間だ。
Oh, does he? Oh, that's actually pretty good. He does stay knocked out if you hit him after you phase him and then do the follow-up. He stays paralyzed. Interesting. That's definitely something we'll probably plan around to get like an extra turn. Unless that's like unless that's a visual no, it's not. I thought that might be a visual glitch or something, like a visual. Sometimes it happens with like extra turn mechanics or like auto trigger mechanics, and it's a visual bug. Like the visuals don't reflect the status.
アマルコ折りつけ。ヘルソラーティシュヌ、これでどうだ。
お仕置きの時間です。
Didn't reach the highlight
すぐに排除します。
in time. The parasol I don't think affects Almighty, so it's not as crazy problematic as the last one. Alright. Alright. Okay, so now let's do our custom. Yeah, oh my gosh, that frame dip. Okay, so which one is this? The shield? We don't have to worry about the shield. Target with the shield from gain. Yeah, that doesn't seem that bad. The damage increase from that won't be a problem. We can take him out. Growth of all things. Wait. Growth of all things also decrease damage taken by 20%. That might be a problem. So that's the thing we want to watch out for too. Targets marked by... We're not expecting to get marked, but we'll see. What else can we... What is this? The number of targets marked by Eye of Heaven. We're hoping not to get marked, but we'll see. Parasol of Chaos changes affinities to drain. Does this increase his... Oh, it doesn't increase his HP, so we'll see. Vishmonten is the one that we're worried about. Oh, this increases his HP though. We'll target the 2 shadows with the lowest HP. And then it increases his HP by 100. Ugh. We'll keep that off for now. And then it doesn't matter which one this is. Highlights we need. I think we're gonna be boosting. Don't need saboteurs. What is this? Elucidator? Not that big a deal. Shield is medic not, HP not. What do we need? 40? Wait, how are we so far ahead right now? All foes attacks? We'll let foes attack. The first 50, these two are fine. Wait, so we have some spares. Wait, is it 45? Whoops. Yeah. Wait, how many do we need? Oh, it's 45, that's why. I thought it was 40. Okay. I'm like, that doesn't seem right. I remember having to push harder than this. Yeah, this is okay. Oh, this 3 though. Let's see how much damage we can do. Yeah, it's just straight up 3. That straight up 3 is rough. So we take the 100 and see if we can get it. All right. Hey. All right.
来てアマルテ誰も傷つけさせない。
舞い踊れ潮目追い風を今ここに。
ペルソナディオニソスいただいていく。
How much space do we have? Ooh.
見せてやろう我らの力を
Who has the attack? You?
行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します
And then this might be able to take him out. Oh no! It's not enough.
やるな
Okay, that's okay. He's kind of annoying. He's okay. They don't actually do that much damage.
私ので
Silver lining.
排除
アマルテや凍りつけ
Okay, the other guy drained. I think this is pretty safe.
咲き誇りなさい潮目みんなを守って
助かるよ
潮目
ペルソナいただいていく
見せてやろう我らの力を行くぞジュスティーヌ
I don't think he can drain Almighty, right?
制裁の時間だ
Okay.
これぐらい
Oh, does he respawn after?
必ず守るからね来てアマルテや誰も傷つけさ
I'll
せない
keep the.
咲き誇りなさい追い風を今ここに
ペルソナ
I think we just reset.
ドミニオンサンダルフォンディオニュソス
Yeah, we just
受けてみ
reset.
ろ
チャージ完了だぶっ放せ
And we keep this for next
我らの
turn,
力を行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します
right? Right away.
抗ってはいたようだが
来てアマルテや凍りつけ
いい一撃だ
潮目みんなを守
褒
って
めてやる
強め
感謝します信じる
待てよ
No.
私の出番だなパスワード解除
ペルソナこれでどうだ
お仕置きの時間です
That will take that guy down.
行
We'll
くぞ
take
ジュ
this
スティ
guy
ーヌ
down too.
すぐに排除しますいい一撃だ
So 2 of them will go down. If we get lucky, we get 3 down. Oh, all of them went down. Alright, I guess that's GG. Yeah, this one was, the threshold was a lot
ア
lower.
マルテや誰も傷つけさせない
潮目
Way, the first one was
今ここに
way sketchier.
必殺いけるぞ華麗にやっちゃって
私の思いに応えて潮目
ペルソナドミニオンこれでどうだ
ペルソナ行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します
What?
来てアマルテ凍りつけ
オッケー先を急ごう
Yeah, like 1%. Alright, there we are. We did the 45. I'm not here to like try to do all of them, but you can probably do all of them. Probably. So, right, all we need is 45 plus. There we go. That sweet reward. The sweet. Look at that list of rewards. You gotta love it. All right. Now let's go in the shop. Clean out the shop. Definitely grab these. And then that's really all I typically grab nowadays because there's really I imagine you can get all of these anyway. Because did I collect all of these? I think I did, right? And then there should be a few from the event story, and that should be all of them. Yeah, these things no longer have a value to them because of skipping banners. Oh, you probably get stuff from... Let me at the daily here. Okay. Right, let's look at here, log in, right? Not much left. And then I still have to send out the gifts for the stuff. Okay. Alright, so let's go check out these three things, which starts out here actually. I'm guessing. Am I busy? If you're free, I was wondering if I could come over to your place. Sure. I'll explain everything when we get there. Alright. Alright, let's go. Uber.
いきなり押しかけてしまってすみません。何しろ今夜は旧暦の除夕。中国では大晦日なものですから。
Right. And so you came to my house?
確かにそれだけ言われてもわけわからないですよね。
Oh.
中国の大晦日は多分日本と大体同じで家族で過ごす日なんですけど、今年はちょっといろいろありまして帰省しないことになりました。でも一緒に過ごしてくれる人がいないとですね、ちょっと寂しいというか。
寂しい。
先生の都合が悪くなければ一緒に年越しがしたいのです。
Hi, hi. I'm completely unaware, so what does this entail?
確かに日本ではお正月でも何でもないですからいきなり言われても困りますよね。でもそこは大丈夫です。
そこは
横浜の中華街で毎年中国式の年越しイベントをやっているそうでして、先生のご都合が良ければ今夜一緒に行きたいのです。
I almost feel like this is backwards.
その
Because we already
どうで
did
すか？
all the event stories. I wonder why. Maybe. Oh, maybe this was the. Okay. Hear me out. Maybe this was the original New Year's thing, and then they added the event story things for the second Chinese New Year's.
中国のつまり旧暦の大晦日は日本だと節分で翌日は
Like we already did this, but maybe these are the scenes from the first Lunar New Year celebration.
旧暦を使っていたわけですから、大晦日や元日とぶつかるのはなんだかおかしい気がしますよね。
Like I feel like these two things overlap. The event stories, like the new kind of like similar format, and then this feels like something that cropped up as an early iteration, because this game is 2 years old, right? It's 2 years. So there was already a Lunar New Year event, so it's difficult to know what was in the first iteration and then what's in the second iteration, and then they might include both, like throw everything in for the global one, right? Because this is the events that we have already done in the event story. This is prior to those events, and it's happened a couple times here and there, so it's kind of difficult to know whether there was an early iteration and then a follow-up. And my thought is every year there's probably going to be a follow-up, right? Like some expansion of it. Okay. Because the desire, right?
それで
Desire is
正しい
lacking.
んだそうです
Oh,
節分のもとになったついなの魔除け行事は昔の中国でも
Sure.
日本でも大晦日にやっていました
mm-hmm.
でも日本では
Yep,
新
the
暦になる
the Gregorian
大
calendar.
晦日と元日の方が移動しちゃいましたから
Yep. We're aware of that.
その時つまり明治時代になってから節分が大晦日から
I
独立
see.
したわ
That's
け
fair.
です
Yep. Setsubun was the thing that I was referring to. What I was referring to, that it's still, there is a historical, like, Lunar New Year, like a harvest festival related thing for the early year, but they became separate things after the Gregorian calendar switch. So technically it's, and they don't line up either, so the date itself don't actually line up with the Chinese Lunar New Year. But despite that, there is a celebratory practice for similar things. Now it's even weirder.
変ということではないと思いますけど
Oh yeah?
昔からの行事と聞いていたことが実はつい最近決まったやり方だというのは
That's fair.
ちょっと不思議な感じがしますよね中国と日本それぞれの道を歩んでいるけどどこか根っこではつながっている
That is a poetic way of placing it.
私的にはそこが面白いところというか
More of this. I like more of this. It panders to me.
そろそろ日付が変わりますよ
Neat. Or gotta imagine the firecrackers going off. Okay.
そんなわけで日本では全然お正月ではないですけど
Maybe this is after. I don't
お
know.
めでとうございます
No, I think it's before.
私もよろしくお願いしますね獅子舞も見ていきたいところですけどもうすぐ終電ですね駅へ急ぎましょう
Yeah, so they didn't stay for the
今日は
lion
付
dance.
き合っていただいて本当にありがとうございました
It's kind of weird. I don't know where the timing is. Is this before or after? Alright. But I'll take the meta jewels. And then now we have the second thing. For you and I, today is just a regular good old school day, right? But in the lunar calendar, it's New Year's Day. I'd like to stop by your place after school to wish you a happy new year. Do you have time? I guess I could squeeze you in. It's a regular day, so short. Touché. Alright.
改めて明けましておめでとうございます
Same thing growing up. Lunar New Year is just another school day in the United States.
現代の日本では年始回りは正月2日からだと本で読みましたけど中国では拝年と言って元日から挨拶に回ります
Yeah.
先生と私の場合どっちが目上とか年上とかはちょっとややこしい話になりますが
That is peculiar.
初再戦つまりお年玉の話はと
Indeed.
りあえずなしで
It's usually the other way. Yeah, the senpai.
せっかくですからまた中華街に出かけて一緒にお正月
Oh,
の
maybe it is
雰囲
after.
気楽しみたいですね
I don't know. Kind of weird. I still think this was like from an early iteration.
屋台の水餃子美味しかったですね
Mm-hmm.
今日みたいに寒い日は温かい食べ物に限ります
Hi, hi.
そういえば、
Mochiron desu.
先生知ってますか旧暦の大晦日や元日はだいたい1年で一番寒い日なんですよ
Interesting. 本当に? 本当に？
旧暦では年が明けて一番寒い日が過ぎると、そこから本当に春になるです。日本のお正月でも年賀状に新春とか迎春とか書きますよね。お正月を旧暦で考えると、その言葉はすごく自然なのです。
That's fair. 面白いね。
それと、彼は私が中国人だからそう思うのかもですが、日本には旧暦でやった方がいいのにと思う習慣や言葉が結構ありますよ。
Who needs to make sense of things?
そうですね。一番わかりやすい例で言うと、東京のお盆と他の地域のお盆はそれぞれ7月と8月で食い違ってますよね。
お盆 celebration.
仙台の七夕は旧暦と新暦の間を取ってずらしてあるらしいですし、
That's fair.
俳句の季語のさみだれは梅雨のことなのに5月が入っちゃってます。
Interesting. That last one's pretty interesting.
実は日本語と日本文化を勉強するときのちょっとした要注意ポイントなんですよ。
Very true.
新暦と旧暦どっちでもいいんですけど、なんで揃えないのかなって不思議でした。
I don't think about matching things up. I think that's the richness of culture.
先生と一緒にいるおかげか、今日は寒さもそれほど気にならないです。
There's legacy in all of those things.
でも温かい食べ物は話が別ですよ。次はスイーツの屋台に行きますから、先生早く早く。
It's all about that soup, man. Mentsuyu. Okay. All right. There were some really interesting points with it. Obon. Not sure which one that is. Okay. And then we have one more. Oh. Wait. Board? Wait. That's weird. Okay. Go to Chinatown. Speaking of things that they can't miss this year. Alright. Oh. It's kind of hodgepodgey. It's very hodgepodgey. Alright, here we are again. Lantern? Did she just say lantana? Or something like that. Yep, the Lantern Festival. Yeah, the little New Year.
夜のお祭りだからランタンが主役です。
ランタンね。
豪雪という別名があるくらいなので、春節のお祝いにつきもののランタンはつまり今日が本番ですね。
ランタン。Okay.
中国だとランタンにクイズの問題を貼って正解した人は商品がもらえる再透明というイベントを同時にやったりしますよ。
Oh, this explains the lantern thing, right? That's right.
さすがに再透明はやってないみたいですね。残念です。
So that's what we did.
先生に今日にちなんだちょっといいこと教えてあげますね。
Okay.
現象説は旧暦1月15日と決まっているですが、そもそも 旧暦は月の満ち欠けを基準に作られたカレンダーですから。今が何月でも旧暦では1日は必ず新月で、月の真ん中の15日あたりは必ず満月です。これは日本の秋のお月見十五夜も中国の中秋節でも全く同じなんですよ。
Right? Why is that a good thing?
改めて聞かれると、ただの地味な
I don't have a choice in
なんで
this.
すけどほら、中国人の私も日本人の先生も同じ空の月を見ているとか、そんな感じで。
はい。そう。Same
そんな
moon.
小さなことはどうでもいいんですよ。
Okay.
ランタンでいっぱいの綺麗な夜景も見られましたし。
I would love to see that.
天上節は春節の締めくくりで、これからが春本番です。先生にも私にも今年はもっともっといいことがあるに決まってるんですから。そんなわけで今年もどうぞよろしくお願いします。さて、現象節といえばシロップに入ったお団子単円ですよ。これは絶対に外せません。単円という言葉に発音が似ているので、物事や人間関係が丸く収まる方。
単元。
具体的には家族円満を祈る意味が
単
込
元。
められてます。あんこも入ってますから、甘くてつるっとしてて美味しいですよ。先生と私に今年起こるいいことの前祝いとして、早速食べに行きましょう。
Sounds like the life. Alright. Yeah, I don't know where... Uh-oh. Did it just hang up? I think we're in an infinite death loop. Dang. Yeah, I think that's a hang up. Alright. We'll reload here. It doesn't happen too often. Like once every...
SEGA.
Up till now, it's probably happened 2 or 3 times. Not crazy. Like, that's not crazy for you. Weird. Alright, there we go. ATLUS done. Typically take as many revelation stuff as possible. Alright. So our events are get 11 New Year exclusive capsules. Oh, okay. We gotta go and grab ourselves some capsules. I think it was in the Akihabara capsule machine. And then there's a rotation of new train game things too. They're not necessarily linked up with. Is it this one? Oh no, it's not Akihabara. It's Kichijoji. I don't know which one though. Did they update the image? I don't know which capsule machine. It's one of them. Kichijoji is where the... I don't see it. Oh, maybe this one? Oh, here it is. Ooh! Little, yen shows. Aww. Alright. Oh, these are really adorable. Okay, okay, hold up. Let's look at our collection. Limited edition. Dude. These are hecka adorable. What the heck? Alright, so we got one super rare. Let's go get them. We'll try the pink one. Alright. And when does it end? A guarantee to get the secret item within 100 draws. Oh, okay. 100 draws. Lunar New Year items now available in for... Does that say 40 days? 48 days. Alright. Fine. In 100 draws. First, right off the bat. Oh, that's not... Okay. Oh my gosh, they're so adorable. Alright. We need like the splash out is different. Okay, that's a green one. A green means like lowest quality. Blue is average. We'll do a couple. I don't know how rare this thing is. That's a blue. Aww. I like meow meow. Okay. How much money do I have? Okay. No pity timer. Come on. This isn't even a limited banner drawing. Okay. Oh. Now you look like a goober. What the heck? Tai. You can't ever tell. Wait, let me make the calculation. 75 times... I don't think I have that much cash. But we gotta land this. Oh, it's green. Green is lowest. Let's go for another 20. Halfway. Oh, another fail. Come on, butt hits. What is this? Limited banner pulling? Aren't you? Alright, 2 more. Oh, actually, we have enough. What is this? Is the secret item different from... Yeah, is the secret item different from what we're trying to draw here? What the heck is these low rolls? Are these low rolls? Okay. Am I doing the math incorrectly? This is, that's 10. Oh no, we have enough. Yeah, let's just go grab it. The heck? You have to pity out of this? Come on. I can't believe they're making you pity out of this too. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna pity out of this. There was a survey recently about what type of experience would require different changes. Anything involving gacha. Oh man, I almost feel like this is guaranteed to pity out of this. You're basically just paying for the, like, you're just sinking your funds. It's a sink. No, not that it's important. We're just seeing if we can get it beforehand. Yeah.
前にも目にしたやつだな。残念だが仕方ない。
That's crazy.
これはレアものだ。
I can't believe that. Man. Alright, this should be the guarantee. Feels like the same thing as pulling banners. Worst design. Alright. Yeah, there we go. Super cute though. No, this is so good. Okay. Alright. Now, let's go. Oh, hold up. Let's go look at our collection. Right. Select this. 150. We got the background. Man, we collected that 10 times. We can recycle too. It's not that. Alright. We got those. Let's go out to our display case. There's actually not enough space in our display case. So hold up. I'm gonna have to boop some stuff here. Why does sometimes they go off and they don't? Okay. So, yes, please. Oops. Our 2 limited sets, right? Wait, is this a one that's incoming? What is that? Wait, did I miss a set? Oh, they added a set to the Shinjuku. I'm brainstorming here. Okay. I like these. Whoops. Heck! Oh my gosh. Hang on. Right. Oh my gosh. Please. Which one was this? The... Alright. I should have just organized the... Okay. It's fine. Honestly, I have no idea. No, that's definitely... No. Uh-oh. Right. Oh my gosh. Please. Oh my. Okay. Okay. All right. And we gotta do like okay. Okay. What do we put under here? We got our hodgepodge of things. Heck. We do have to collect the other the other set. All right. There we go. There we go. And then we have like priority on what to do, what to change. All right. Nothing like rearranging stuff. Okay. I got that. Some more knots. All right. So that's good. Actually, do these give us... Oh yeah, it does. So basically the rest of it is here. I see. Which will be unlocked in another 3 days, which I won't be covering. Right? I won't be covering that. So let's go and launch a few fireworks here. I unlocked these guys. So let's just let's throw like let's do 5 of these. All the special ones are cute. All right. Throw in at least these. No apparent reason. Just to celebrate. It's yeah. I do like the okay. Do these. Okay. And then we have what? 5 characters, right? just go in like boop, boop, boop. Oh, wait. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Oh, wait. Okay. You know what? Let's just do these. Let's go. Boop. Oh, it goes in that order? Okay. I see. Ooh, that Nian show face is very cute. Alright, we gotta intermix them. I was kind of expecting them to, like, not go one at a time, though. I'm always floored by the sheer beauty of fireworks, though the fact that your choice of fireworks suits my taste perfectly may have something to do with it. I wonder if they happen to have any owl-shaped firework. Which, I recently been watching Dr. Stone, right? And near the end of the New World Part 2, they also did a nod to fireworks. One of the beauties, fireworks are very symbolic, right? Of like celebration, in this case, warding off spirits as well. Fireworks is used as a symbolic gesture about harmony, ushering in like fortune, fertility, and also warding off spirits and whatnot. Quite a long legacy for fireworks. It was to highlight, and then we get random stuff, right? Highlight the idea that gunpowder and whatnot, like the dualities of gunpowder. Alright. Oh, that's interesting that she said that. Interesting. Cute. Let's do like boop. Okay. Oh, I should have just thrown all of them up. Like a finale thing. Color coordinated for all those color coordinated folks out there. What does she say? Did you make a wish at your first shrine visit of the year? You want to know my wish? It's kind of embarrassing, so you have to promise me not to tell anyone. I wish that I could spend next Lunar New Year watching fireworks with you like this again. Like the saying from back home. May every year have a day like today, for the sun will always rise again. That's very cute. What's that? I could kind of express that in a proverb. Alright. Wait. Oh, that was weird. Alright. What does our Lady Minami say? Alright, now we're gonna do just we're doing a different pattern. This is tougher than I thought to do the permutations. Okay. Oh, they need to like linger a little bit. And they're paired up in doubles. It'd be kind of neat to have them like you could fuse them. So beautiful. The people in Chinatown must be enjoying them too. I really hope these fireworks help to bring a little happiness to everyone. That means you too. I'm worried about you. You seem a little down. Let's relax and watch the fireworks together until you feel better, okay? What is that? Nurturing. Okay. That's a weird, like a loop, animation loop. Alright, what about Yumi? Yumi... Now let's do like... Oh wait, there's 6 people. I just realized that. There we go. Look at that setup. Okay. I'm gonna get some more fireworks. You can technically skip or hit a snapshot. This is our snapshot. It's recording. I find the ethereal nature of fireworks really lovely. The beauty that there's 1 second and gone the next. It reminds me of a short drink. A little taste of beauty confined to just a few sips. Something about pouring effort into enjoying a single moment of bliss feels so opulent. I like it. It's very similar to like a sporting event, right? Like you pour your entire heart and soul into that one moment. All the time that comes before it is for that one moment. There's a lot of beauty in that. Okay. I think we left someone out. Oh no, we didn't. Okay, no, we're good. All right, and then Leo brings up the rear. We're gonna do one last combination. He's a wild card. I wonder when we're gonna get his 5-star, Leo's 5-star, if he is going to have one. The major characters are getting 5 stars, but we're still waiting for like Luferu, because we saw Shun, right, in the CN server, and then Rico was first. Win. Makoto, technically Makoto doesn't yet because it was a seasonal event. And like as part of the story. Thanks for the invite. Can't believe you hand-picked the fireworks for us. I've never actually been part of a festival like this before, so it was an exciting experience. Should send pictures of the fireworks to Ayala-san. I bet she'll love it. Adorable. Yeah, so Luferu, Luferu Motoha did not like ascend, so to speak. So Shun is the only Shun and Riko are the only 2 members so far. So we're waiting for that Luferu and Motoha as part of the group, right? And then the other guys, I mean, maybe not, who knows. All right. So we did do, we keep getting more fireworks each day. Have to set off 60, well, we'll set them off as we go for the rest of the day. So yeah, I'm not covering these things, right? These next 3 days, and then it's self-explanatory, obviously. And then the Nian Shou, the other one. These scenes are a little weird. So I imagine that all of this, right? All of this was the new one. And then the extra was before. Maybe these are like these were the early iterations. And then this was the new set. Because the other ones, it kind of lines up with the other ones too. So it's interesting. I hope they continue to do it that way. Like, pile it on. Like, I'm kind of curious how they're going to do it. Because I think when they do event reruns, it'd be great to just see the legacy build on its own. So, we'll see for next year, right? Thinking about Lunar New Year's, despite it being, you know, March 12th, like on the Gregorian calendar. This year, it was mid-February, and typically the Lunar Festival goes for 2 weeks-ish, not like in mainland. But it's the beginning of the year still for me, like, until March rolls past, still the beginning of the year, and I'm often incredibly hopeful and spreading good cheer, although last month it was very exhausting the last couple weeks because we were trying to squeeze in a bunch of things. It's a great way to start off the year strong, right? For those who start off the year strong and finish strong, or try to finish strong. Outside of that, what do we have? We do have the Astrolab. So the Astrolab is what I'm going to cover next up in 6 days time. So 5 days. I've been like following along. That's what I typically do, and then I will do a recording of the run through this. And it turns out this red Stella, we're still using up our JC and Tempest, JC and Win investment. So JC and Win investment still continues to pay off. I'm gonna test the next one. This is the most problematic one, the one with the continuous damage, but I think I'm okay. We'll find out. This one is off Morgana, so not too bad. We'll see in another 6 days. So let's see, 5 days, and got 5 days and 19 hours, right? I'm pretty sure 5 days and 19 hours line up with the end of this. What did I say? 5 days and 19 hours. Yeah, so it lines up with the end of this. So I can't do like the Astrolab run. No, I can't do like the last boss fight, like record the Amber boss fight and do the Astrolab run. I guess we'll see if it comes close. I don't think so. It'll end up on a very weird... Let's think about it. 5 days from now, 19 hours, so it will be 4 hours earlier. No, 5 hours earlier than now. That would put us at 3 p.m. Oh, no, wait, but that's recording the Astrolab thing. It's possible, actually. It's possible. So if I start early enough, it might not happen. If I start early enough, then we can do the coverage. Because we'll have, what, 5 hours? Six hours before this ends. So right now it would end 1 hour this time, right? This time, so it would end in an hour from now. That's 9:30. So as long as I start before then, so before 9 p.m., we can cover the last Amber boss. Or do I really want to risk that? I'll probably do the Amber boss and maybe do a run of the Amber boss, and then proceed to recording the Astrolab thing. Because why is that? Because then technically, yeah, the timing is so weird. Because technically the new patch, the Violet patch, drops on the Astrolab timer. So in 5 days and 19 hours, right? No, the 6 days, that's when Violet drops. So that's what the next thing we're going to cover, the Violet drop. I still am on the fence about whether I'm just going to pull Violet because I don't have a Bless unit. We skipped summertime Motoha. However, with that said, JC's attack, right? JC's attack on Bless is kind of the thing that we're using as a crutch for our Bless damage right now. And usually when we think about single target things, they can be augmented, and they can be like substituted by something else. And I don't think there's Bless damage coming from, yeah. I don't know. It's up in the air, largely because of JC being unprecedented. My current plans are we pretty much skip everything until Turbo, which is a month from now, over a month from now. What does our stash look like? 20k? Okay. Anyways, that's a wrap for this. It's really lovely. I enjoy the New Year's celebration things. Hopefully they continue to expand on it. I think the outfits are fantastic. It's kind of a shame that Firecracker Ring was in this like weird limbo phase. Next year, Ring also gets her extended like Mindscape thing early, so there's a slight chance that Ring will come back into the discussion when it comes to polling. I don't know. Keeping this free to play is tough if you're trying to collect. I could tell you that. Anyways, wasn't supposed to be that long today. We wanted to wrap some stuff up. It's enjoyable. I think P5X is underrated for what you can do in the game. Obviously the banner and stuff, that's in my opinion a bit of an emotional thing. Talking about the games on its merits of whether you draw a banner or not is effectively someone who's also going to a store and seeing all the things they can buy, but they can't have all of it, right? That kind of thing. You make your choices. I think sometimes there is a poetic silver lining to this. Being able to choose certain things and not having everything comes with its own source of satisfaction, in my opinion. Obviously, my opinion. Others nowadays would prefer to have it all, right? Much like Chinese New Year, Lunar New Year and whatnot, making choices without regret is very symbolic of the nature of gacha games and collectibles. I think we live in an era, and not necessarily describing Japan or something, I think more like the internet, live in an era where the act of collecting is where the satisfaction comes from, as opposed to the sentimentality that comes with the act. For myself, I'm more the latter. The idea that I can't have it all is what makes my decisions in a silver lining way far more impressive and like sentimental to me. Having it all is like the generational empathy that I do not share. I do not sympathize with the hyper Gen Z online and like Gen Alpha type of mentality where you must have it all because you're entitled to have it all, as opposed to a privilege because you don't have to play any of these things really. So having the privilege to engage in all this content without dropping any financial investments, obviously I have time investments, and to me that's what makes it sentimental. Time is the most precious thing that I have. I won't convince or gaslight any other people to think that their time is less precious than collecting and monetary gains. For myself, if I wanted to drop money, I could drop money on this game. Obviously, I'll be reinvesting whatever I were to spend here in Persona games. And that's more for later in the year. So here's to a belated Happy New Year, right? 生日快乐, right? 生日快乐. And here's off to the next update, which is going to be in less than a week. So we'll be back in less than a week. Until next time, 大家下次见, right? 感謝觀看。皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう。Thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.